The candle.
Oh, hey. Welcome to Friday Night D&D. Welcome to another episode of Sparrow. Let's fire it up and start it. I can't wait. Is everybody ready? Is everybody logged into Roll20? I'm missing 2 people from Roll20, I think.
I'm missing. I'm coming in.
Oh, I have it open but not launched. Hang on.
Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I love Friday Night D&D. There we go. I see all of my errant goslings. It is noon on April the 10th. You are in Dawngleam on the Neck, in Cormyr. Grin Cromwell, your belly is full of ale. You feel wonderful. Day drinking is the best, you surmise. Your head is aglow. Eden, you study the trees and eventually come to notice something. There is a singular line of green trees that follows the foothills toward the city. Each tree adds significance to the tree line itself, and you trace them with your mind's eye. You observe where the tree line falters and becomes the edge of the city. You were looking for plums or apples, but you found something else entirely. A feeling like the maw of civilization has chewed on this land and left it worse for wear. Tierney and Ian, you both consider the possibilities for gainful employment here in Dawngleam. You look at each other and have a mutual realization. You have both deduced extensively that the local politics here are adequately corrupt. You correctly presume that the mayor likely has the operations of this town on a short leash, and as the sun reaches noon, you wonder if he has finally shown up to his office. Your chilly reception last visit suggests to you that you should not venture there without your party. Alan Vaughn, ever since stepping foot in Dawngleam, you have searched inside yourself to think of who you could contact here in the city. You remember something. There is a naturalist society here, little more than a small exhibition hall. You know little more than where it is, and you presume that you should not venture there alone. You're here. You're back on the map.
Did you say it was in Dawngleam, the society?
Correct, it is.
So we are all together outside of this tavern,
That's right.
which I assume to be slaver territory. We are meeting the captain at 2. What would everybody like to do before then? I would like to go to the guardhouse and look at the sign of things we can do to make money before our trip.
I mean, that sounds great. I don't want to walk the whole way there, so we definitely need some money.
I don't want to walk the whole way there and get stabbed immediately. We
Yeah.
need armaments.
I think it'd be a good idea to look into what is so peculiar about this tavern here. No
Gives me
one's
the
here.
heebie-jeebies.
Yeah,
That's what's peculiar about it.
yeah. No, I totally agree, but what if there's something more to it?
We can investigate. Maybe we can come back at a later time when other clientele is here.
The mayor might know something.
True.
We should be careful about asking the mayor for favors of intelligence, because those all come with a cost. We should be very judicious about what we ask of him. Anybody else? Grint, do you have any needs? Looks like all of your needs are fulfilled.
Hey.
Grint is a man of
I
simple
would
needs.
like to forage at some point, but I could do that after the meeting with the mayor.
I would like all of us to stick together. due to our violent encounter we had earlier. Would it be an issue if we all foraged with you? I think that would be good if we had food as a group.
No, that's fine. I will likely be in animal form.
Strange, but acceptable.
You navigate the woods better that way.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. Why don't we go to the guardhouse and look at the postings board and see if there's any work for somebody with some skill with a blade?
Yeah, they might know who was by our ship earlier to take away those, the bodies.
That's a good call. Do we feel good about this group?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's make our way to the guardhouse or wherever I surmise there to be mercenary listings.
You search based on what you've seen so far in Dongleam, attempting to figure out, is there a place where people seem to be organizing mercenary activities? Are people getting together? Is there some type of centralized guardhouse? And you haven't seen anything like that. You simply have not seen some type of centralized militia here. You haven't seen any type of top-down organization of guards. And as you consider this, you come to realize that it almost seems like everyone has their own private guard, if there is in fact any law and order here.
Okay. It looks like we'll need to canvass the organic way then. Maybe we can start with a guard company and ask them where their employee is.
Out of character, your microphone connection is a little loose.
Yeah, or if the guards don't want to talk, we just talk to some merchants. I mean, they're hiring guards, right?
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
The cable got bent. So if I cut out, please ask me to repeat myself.
Will do. What was the last thing you said, Journey Fang?
We can canvass. We can ask a guard or a pair of guards what their company is. What did you say, Ian?
I said, or if they're not, forthcoming, they're just angry guards. We could just try merchants, since they're obviously hiring guards.
Let's start that then. We're right next to a bazaar. Seems like the logical place to start.
We'll lead on. Let's go.
I would like to walk up to the bazaar if possible.
It is possible. It is off the north side of this map.
North. There's a new portrait for Eden Kathir.
Courtesy of
There is.
Steph.
It looks quite nice.
Oh, cool.
There is a new actualization of Eden. The Dawn Gleam Bazaar during the day is a collection of merchants selling everything from small sundries to bits of food to magical items if you approach the right person. This is off the map. If you're looking for work as a guard, there are many merchants willing to pay you to guard their goods. You could expect wages similar to a silver piece a day.
I'm looking for more specialty tasks. Maybe a task that has more difficulty, faster turnaround, and better pay than a simple stand around and stare at nothing job.
You attempt to find something more complicated, more worthy of your unique talents. One of your immediate impressions is that commerce in Dawn Gleam seems few and far between. There are few merchants here, and what gold they have, it is difficult to get them to part with.
I would like to approach a guard. I remember there being 2 guards here last night who sneered at me. And ask them who they work for and if they're hiring, like a mercenary company.
You approach both. One tells you he's from the Red Talons, Sembia. The other tells you he's from the Black Dragons, Cormyr. Neither is interested in handing you an employment application.
Can I ask them where I can talk to their manager or something of that sort?
You ask to speak to the manager, and both of them take this as a personal affront. These are halberdiers in the crowded market, and they take your intrusive questioning as little more than rabble criticizing them. They seem uninterested in giving you more than the bare minimums of what's required for identification.
Okay. Well, as we're unable to make any headway in this department, perhaps we can find it on our own. What time is it, roughly?
Roughly 12:15 p.m., just afternoon. The sun is high in the sky. It's a beautiful spring day.
Suggestions,
Should we try
group?
another tavern, do you think?
That sounds not unreasonable.
They might know the town better.
We could try to
What?
snoop on the mayor some too.
Yeah.
We think he's at his home. If we think he's up to no good.
I mean, the
We're gonna have to
mayor's
deal with this
definitely up
guy,
to no
right?
good.
So the more we know about him, the better. They don't really
Yeah.
pay us anything, but
I want to get on board here. So before we even meet with the mayor to talk to him, you want to go snooping around his house.
That's probably not the greatest plan. I'm sure the mayor employs a mercenary guard of his own.
The best guards in town.
Why don't we
The
just
world?
the world? Maybe now is a good time to go foraging. I imagine that's going to take an hour and change.
Sure, yeah, we could try to make this quick. I saw an interesting tree line that heads out of the city a little bit, and sometimes that means interesting things.
Okay. Well, lead on, Eden.
You attempt to forage.
Yes.
Describe to me, more than anything, what are you looking for?
So I think we're first of all looking for fruit trees. Those are really easy for other people to spot. And then Eden is looking for ground, like root vegetables. He's familiar with those, and he may additionally cast a spell to locate a specific plant.
Two questions. Would you like to cast that spell? So first, let's resolve this one. What spell would you cast, and what plant would you seek?
It's called locate plant or animal, and he's looking for henna specifically.
Roll nature.
That's a 5.
You find something.
They're beautiful.
You find, just outside Dawn Gleam, perhaps in an old orchard, a tree that yields wild plums. The party is adrift while this happens. Are you guys standing around?
No, we were all
This is-
coming.
Okay.
Yeah. We're in tow.
Yeah, I would help collect plums.
You do so. The party spends roughly an hour. It's now about 1:15 p.m. in the afternoon. You have located these wild plums. The sun travels through the sky. Twirl
Hey, Grant.
spins millions of miles an hour.
Eh?
you still got that sextant?
Yay.
We'll see See if Tierney can hit the same shot.
What?
Dude, we got that elk the other day.
Right.
Yeah, see if he can hit the same shot.
We have to find an elk first.
Well, yeah, no shit. We're wandering through the woods for an hour. What else are you doing? I don't know how to
Enjoy
fucking
myself.
forage. Oh. All right.
Hey, I give it a go. Grant will look around for tracks, something that might lead him to game, if you will.
Roll survival.
$22.
You immediately take a circumspect inventory of all the wildlife around you. It takes you virtually no time at all to realize that this close to the city, most of what you're going to see is very small game. Your eyes follow something carefully, a fat red squirrel clambering up the side of an oak tree.
Grant's going to turn back to Ian and say, there's not going to be much worth hunting around here. Townspeople probably run through here like a plague. Eat everything they ain't nailed down.
In retrospect, I'm not really much of a cook, and it might be like offensive to do to Eden or something. So, yeah, maybe this is a bad idea.
Hey. Wait. Why'd it be offensive to Eden?
He's like a small critter guy.
I mean, he turns into a wolf. Wolf eats critters.
He might be onto something.
Hey.
But it ain't gonna feed us either way, so fuck it.
Any further thoughts as you move through the forest, finishing your foraging adventure? Your expedition yielded these plums.
Let's head back and reconnect with the mayor, as it were.
How many plums did we get? Because I see in the thing that you said that feeds for a half day, but how many?
We'll say it's 4. It'll feed one person for half a day.
Not our most successful foraging.
As you walk back toward the city here, who leads? Whose feet are in front?
This guy.
Tierney, roll D100.
Six.
Noted. Thank you.
Ominous.
You-
We'd like to make our way back to the mayor's house. Rap on the door. Be annoying.
Okay. One moment. You can live your annoying dreams very shortly. Let's see. You've been here before, but you feel like now you can actualize it a bit better. You can take your movement. We're not on a initiative table yet. Let me know if you have questions about this fine residence. As you approach, you can see marble and granite, opulent walls.
Before we approach, I'd like to get an eyeful of the guards. I assume they bear no insignia. How heavy is their armor?
Very heavy. Steel plate. You know this well. This is plate mail. Each of them is carrying a halberd.
Only the best for the mayor himself.
Do you think this out loud?
Yeah.
Is there a? Looks like there's like a second path to the north. Is that like a side door or a back door that it leads to?
It looks like it leads to the back entrance to his house.
As I pass the guard, I'm going to briefly nod to him, expecting a curt reply, as I've gotten from pretty much everyone in this town.
It looks like he is working. He gives you a curt nod. You don't sense any hostility. His gaze is merely weary.
Yeah, guard duty's exhausting. That's the retail work of adventurers. I prefer not to do that. I would like to rap on the door with my knuckles.
You do so. You hear a voice, a different voice, certainly, than from the last time you were here. This voice is male, and it echoes a bit through the marble entryway. It sounds like it's eating something. It says, "Come in."
I'll thrust the door open.
You do so. You thrust it open. This is a tall door, and wind rushes around you as you re-enter this marble, beautiful, resplendent entryway. There is someone different seated at the desk now. His putty-like face is currently involved in eating the brown leg of a turkey. And his beady eyes are the first thing to respond to you walking in. His eyebrows jolt upward, and he speaks to you with a mouth full of turkey. "Ah, yes, welcome." He extends far over his desk a gravy-covered hand. I'm right.
I will shake the hand and then pull out a kerchief and wipe my hand off.
You do so. It leaves a oily brown stain on your neckerchief.
I am Tierney, and this is my company of adventurers.
Ray Portier, your coming was foretold.
As was your staying.
And you could not have come at a better time. Baron Pryor assures me that you are capable adventurers. Now, is that right?
That is correct.
And I'm told you've asked many people here in my town for work, employment, something of that manner. Is that also correct?
That is also correct.
He pauses to lick his hand. I must tell you, this town, he lowers his voice, is besieged by bandits, common ruffians, highwaymen, common folk just like the ones that attacked you here in the city. Something I must apologize for, by the way.
Why?
It is a shame that I can't provide better security for citizens and travelers here in my fair city.
Go on.
He says, "Thank you, I will." He reaches down and grabs another piece of turkey.
I'll wait patiently as he chomps away like a lunatic.
He eats it messily. Oh, when you said go on, I thought you meant eating. Did you? If you can imagine trying to travel here to Dawngleam and someone would charge you a toll, can you imagine that?
Unimaginable.
It is, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Just outside the town, on the road to the north, there are toll takers. Common bandits.
I assume the tolls are not making their way back here.
You are exactly right. In fact, you have gotten to the heart of the problem. I'm here working for the good of the people. These extortionists, these highwaymen, These scoundrels are taking the lifeblood of our fair city.
I could not agree more.
He nods and takes a big bite of turkey. He dips the end of the turkey leg, bone and all, into a big pot of gravy and takes a nice big bite.
So let me ask a quick question about these highwaymen. Would the preferable outcome be to them disappear from their current prominence, or for their income to line the coffers of the rehabilitation efforts you have put forward through the city?
You get the impression he's not paying very much attention to anything you said after you started talking. He said, I need his head, nothing more.
Head.
It's-
Very simple.
It's justice.
Whose
Wha-
head?
His name is Paul.
What does
That's
he look like?
whose head. He has a goatee, a brunette, tall, young. I have a feeling he'll readily identify himself.
Okay, where is he?
Such is the way. North, just north of the city.
Okay, bye.
He operates.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Grin starts walking out the door.
We'll get to him.
Ian's gonna try to grab him. Scruff of the neck.
Continue, good mayor.
That one? Okay, fine. This man, Paul, he has been doing this for years. I have sent many people to confront him, and no one returns with his head.
Well, why would they kill him just because he's collecting funds to get into the town? I feel like that's a little absurd.
Ah, it might sound absurd, but might it also sound very gainful? I haven't told you yet what I'm paying for Paul's head.
What might that be?
1,000 gold.
Um,
No more, no
I
less.
assume
I'm
you
an
intend
honest man.
I assume you intend his head not to be attached to his body when we deliver it?
Correct.
What if instead he agrees to give you a proceed from his profit that he's making?
I was thinking the only thing I need from him ends at his neck.
So you're willing to take a loss
You know,
just to kill your foe? Seems a little absurd.
Vengeance is fun. You should try it sometime.
Maybe you should get off your ass and go do it yourself then.
when you cut down one tree, another often spawns up to take its place.
Or we could plant a tree in its stead. With him out of the way, I have many other methods of ensuring orderly entry into the city and making sure that the funds end up in the correct place.
Not to talk ourselves out of potential employment, but you have a bunch of well-armed guards.
Yes,
Why not
and they're
Send them.
They're not adventurers. They're guards. Baron Pryor told me that of your impressive combat expertise. The men outside, I pay them but silver a day. They guard my walls. I think you have a higher calling, my friend. Do you know what they would do for 1,000 gold? Nearly anything.
Doesn't sound too different than us.
Fair enough, Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
Can we find you here in the future if we wish to discuss things with you?
He nods. I'm here every day, 7 days a week. I'm very dedicated, you know.
It seems like
Just try not to come before noon.
before noon. Got it. Well, I'm Tierney. These are my friends. Thank you, and we will take our leave.
Tierney and Tierney's friends, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you from me and all the people of Dawn Gleam in advance for your service here.
I'm sure they're all thank you individually. All right, let's get out of this snake pit.
Okay, so as you walk outside, Grint is like in front of the guard. He goes, "Hey, which way is north?"
The guard tilts his head in a bit for recognition, but then gestures north into the forest.
Grint begins going north.
So, I assume, and I will raise an eyebrow at Alan. We're not all in agreement about this task.
No, of course not. We're not going to kill somebody just because he asks us to. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
The guy
Does
might
it?
be a scumbag. We better figure that out first, I guess.
I
right?
mean,
Most-
maybe. Let's
Most
find
people
that
who
out
extort
first.
people for money. Yes, I agree. Let's find out first. But most who extort people for money are not exactly the most friendly and well-interested types for society.
Yeah, but we need to look into that further first.
I agree. We don't lead with the sword, right, Grant?
Grint's like singing a song like, "Gonna stab a man with my sword."
Alan, if you'd like to work on him, so be it. But I agree.
It's
We
just a
should
lost cause, but
talk first.
Also, like, what are we walking into here? Because I get the feeling, like I have with every person I've talked to in this town, that there's just some absolute bullshit going on.
we're going west.
Grant, where did the guard point?
This way, and he points into the woods.
The northern road leading out of Dawngleam is not on this map. This is merely a part of the city. If you wish to travel north, leaving town, simply say that.
Yes, we would like to travel north, leading out of town.
Please. And I would like to rearrange the party while we do this. I would
Agreed.
like the profile of the party to appear a bit slimmer. I would like to be at the front of the party, and I would like some of you to stay behind maybe 120 yards, or feet
Yeah.
rather. And I can send you a magical message when combat breaks out.
I'll head back with Eden.
I want to be at the front.
You can come with me, Grant. But we are
okay.
going to talk first.
Let's here. Give me 1 moment here. You find yourselves here, someplace new, on the road north of Dawngleam. Please arrange yourselves in a way that you feel comfortable exploring.
Where do you want me, Tierney? You want me close or far?
Why don't you decide, actually? You know your expertise in combat, so you can decide that. Would you rather be close or far?
More of a far guy. Yeah, I don't want to get stabbed again.
Okay. Stay a reasonable distance back. If they feel like they have the advantage of us and they try and shake us down just because we're two, I think we know their nature. Do we
Like
go all
everyone
agree
else
to
we've
this?
met. Yeah, sure. Just give us the word.
Hey,
I have-
Tierney.
Grant.
What was the guy's name again?
The guy's name was Paul. He is a
Paul,
goatee, brown hair,
Yeah, yes.
and he should address himself to us straightforwardly.
Hey,
Let's roll initiative.
Should we be further back so we're like it's more like we're out of sight before we jump in?
I think you're in an appropriate spot. We can say that this spot on the road here is where you've convened.
Okay.
There is road in front of you and road behind you. You see a bend up in front of you. Perhaps you could use that as a way of obfuscating yourself. Let me get some initiatives. How about starting at the bottom? Alan.
15.
Ian.
Also 15.
Can you two resolve that, please?
What do I do?
Just roll a d20. I got a 6.
I got a nat 20.
All you.
Alan with a 15 plus, Ian with a 15 minus. Grint.
12.
Eden.
3.
Tierney.
14.
Top of the order, Alan Vaughn with a 15 plus. You find yourself on a verdant, beautiful pastoral road leaving the city of Dawngleam to the north.
I'm enjoying the lack of strange people being around, other than my party.
I would say, oh, what a nice thing to say.
We're all strange out here. I am going to just kind of peer into the woods and see if there's anything interesting.
What define interesting?
Trees that stand by themselves, mushrooms, vibrant flora.
You take a brief sampling of the forest. You see a dense canopy of primarily deciduous trees here. Nothing strikes you as particularly out of the ordinary.
I feel like I would also be looking along toward like the treetops to see if anybody is utilizing them as cover.
You see the tops of trees gently swaying in the breeze. The sun catches your eye as you look upward toward the treetops.
I'm just going to enjoy the scenery. I'll take a couple of steps forward. Not too many.
Ian?
Ian's going to cast Mage Armor on himself.
You do so, surrounding yourself with spectral chain.
Yeah.
It remains your turn.
This feels like a stab in road. So I am going to wait here until the people that are supposed to go up front go further.
It does seem odd that it's been years and nobody's been able to deal with this man. I'm not quite sure
That
means.
mayor is absolutely full of shit. We are walking into some stuff. Why wouldn't he just send the guards if this was like not like some kind of scheme?
But he didn't
scheme.
specify that
He's
they
definitely
came
scheming.
back dead.
Well, okay, yeah, but like this is the second time we've gone on some I've sent a bunch of adventurers and they haven't gone back kind of thing. There's like a pattern emerging here. That's all I'm saying. So I'm gonna let them go first.
It says more about our decision making than anything else, I think.
Yeah, you might be onto something there.
That's
I suppose we're gamblers at heart.
Well, I'll let them make the bet first.
Well, I can't
I'll be right
hear
behind
them
you, though.
fiddle on in the background about whatever ethical quandary they're mired in. I would like to walk up with the least ethical person in the party, Grint.
Actually, Ian, anything else on your turn?
No.
Okay.
Just shooting the shit. I Mage Armor, and I'm waiting for the people that are supposed to go first to go first.
I got Grint with a 12.
What?
It's your turn.
That's
Oh,
actually
I
just
It's
your
your
turn.
turn as...
Tierney rolled a 14, I thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. That was why Tierney... Okay, God. Tierney's so smart. Tierney Fang, it's your turn.
We're sallying forth, making progress on this get mugged quest.
You have a strong sense of isolation, and you sense that the forest could be a place for somebody to ambush you at any time. You share Alan's concern that there could be people even in the treetops.
With Grint next to me, I feel very able and safe. we'll sally forth and
Good.
puff out our chests as large as possible to make as large and juicy of a target as we possibly can.
Take your move. Ask any questions you'd like about things around you that you see.
I assume I am not looking for anything but people, and I'm sticking directly to the road, trying to look as typical as a traveler would be in this region. Maybe I'll use my staff, the staff I took off of the assassin for Eden. Maybe I'll use my staff as a walking stick.
You do so. As you advance, and Alan, as you peer into the trees, you gain a bit more insight into what's around you. Grint Grommel.
Grint's just walking.
Go ahead and walk. You are... As you walk astride with Tierney Fang, how do you view him? Do you feel like you're escorting him? Do you feel like he's a peer? Do you feel like he is along for the ride?
Grint's not sure. He hasn't seen him fight yet.
What
Or
about
not
the bar
much.
fight?
Not much, I should say.
Anything else for your turn, Grint?
No, not at all.
Eden Cather.
So we're supposed to be following them. It seems like it might be easier to cut through the forest. If I sneak, would you two follow? And he's talking to Alan and Ian.
Yeah, I'll stay along the edge of the trees and watch you.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah,
Um,
I'll go. You're the forest expert, so
Sure.
I cede to your better judgment.
Eden will cast Pass Without a Trace on the immediate party, so that will include Alan and Ian and himself. And then this rock that we see, and it looks like there's a bit of an uphill almost. Is that a very steep climb?
It is rather steep, but you can make it easily. These are small, dramatic foothills. That is a 5-foot climb. So about as tall as you are, you'd have to clamber up a bit. But yes, you can get this is a small rise in the forest.
Okay, we might have a better view from there if we get some height. So Eden will start off that way.
Good thinking.
Go ahead and take your move.
I think that's as far as he can get.
Especially given the roughness of the terrain. But you find, once you're up here, that you can see a bit more around you. Roll perception.
$18.
It's hard to tell exactly what it is, but something north of you, through the trees, you think you can see something purple. Just a hint of color. Something about it caught your eye.
Blueberries. I don't know. So that's Eden's turn.
Alan Vaughn.
I'm gonna follow Eden, actually.
Go ahead and take your move.
I did.
You find yourself just below a massive triangular slab of granite.
I'm going to use my action to put the robe of focus on.
You do so. You wear the dead assassin's robe. You spend the rest of your turn delicately disrobing and quickly putting on this new robe under the cover of the slab of granite.
That'll be the end.
Ian.
Yeah, Ian's gonna follow Eden and scramble up the embankment, I guess.
You do so. As you scramble up the embankment, you catch the last bits of Alan changing her robe.
Ian would politely look away.
I'm not. It's just my outer layer.
Yes, it's you.
It's a judgment-free forest.
You look away, but there was never anything immodest, just something that you notate as you are climbing up the loose dirt.
And I guess he'll whisper to you, "Hey, do you see anything?" To Eden.
There's something purple up ahead.
It's like another plum, or is it like a person, or?
I don't know, but I want to check it out.
Yeah.
Not
Can
a
I-
person, definitely a plant.
Can I look as well?
You try to gaze into the forest. With Eden's help, roll perception at advantage. You're following Ian's direction as to where this bit of color is.
An 18 as well.
You see it as well. It seemed to move for a moment. You're not sure exactly what or how. It's through a number of trees. But there's something purple there, just off the road.
Is it like on? Would it be like on our side of? I guess the extent the road as it comes around the corner would be like further away.
It's on their side. It's on the far side of the road.
Boy, I wish I could send a message right now. Yeah, there's definitely something there. We should sneak up on it. And I think that's all I will do.
Tierney.
I would like to continue our traversal.
You approach something. Roll history.
Four, natural one.
You see something here. It seems vaguely familiar, but you can't place it. You try to remember the most basic things of this region, but for some reason your mind comes up blank. But you see something in front of you. It is a large banner in the manner of a purple dragon.
That's weird.
This means nothing to you.
Could be anything.
It remains your
Probably
turn.
a common mercenary crew. And I think that's my full movement I just made.
Anything else with your turn?
I'm going to whistle a tune.
What tune do you whistle?
I whistle an old Elvish tune that I know. I'm not going to whistle because whistling is obnoxious, but it's a bright tune.
Understood, and I appreciate that. You whistle. Your roll performance.
Imagine another one.
I can. 16.
Your whistle carries through the forest. Your companions hear it, a airy, lively whistle that inspires in your mind scenes of something beautiful and verdant. Grint Grommel.
Grinch just gonna walk around with Tyranny.
You see something here, Grint. A purple dragon banner. It moves slightly in the wind. Roll history.
Two.
You look at this. It's something purple in some vaguely draconic shape. It seems familiar, but you can't place it. It just looks like art to you. and you have little interest in art. It remains your turn, Grint.
Grint's gonna say out loud, "Oh, if only we didn't have all this gold to carry. Oh, it's just so heavy. Oh." And then he like elbows Tyranny.
Absolutely, all that gold, my friend. More than the kings of the dwarves.
Roll deception.
Oh boy. One. Not a natural, but one.
You belt out many lines, each less believable than the last, about how much gold you're carrying. You attempt to come up with new and colorful ways to describe how much gold you have on you, but none of them makes very much sense. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
Eden wants to dash towards the flash of purple in the distance.
This terrain is rough. You can do so, but you sense that going down this embankment may require more than a little bit of balance.
Do I need to roll anything?
Athletics.
$14.
You rush down the embankment, maintaining your momentum. It doesn't even slow you down. Tyranny and Grint, you hear something ripping through the forest to your right. You look over in a brief panic and see Eden.
I'll raise an eyebrow.
The three of you
Eden.
look at each other.
I'll hope that Grint's making enough noise to cover up for this gaff.
None of you is very stealthy.
Is it this bush right here, or is it on the opposite side of the road?
It is what is currently being pinged. You can see something very simple. A purple dragon banner hung from a small signpost. It moves slightly in the wind.
Eden looks surprised and then disappointed.
It's not as exciting as you expected.
Still confusing though, and he'll look towards Ian and be like, "Come take a look at this."
Ian's just like, what do you do?
Ian's rather far away. You can signal to him. Is that what you're doing, Eden?
Yeah, Eden signals bodily.
You see this, Mr. Kalis.
Ian would just be like,
Ian, you are struck with a sudden sense that none of these people seem terribly competent in subterfuge.
yeah.
You hear Grint singing something. You hear Tyranny whistling. You see Eden waving his arms around. Tyranny and Grint, you hear a voice over your shoulder. That's far enough.
I didn't realize we reached our destination, I'll call out.
You look over in that direction, seeking who you are responding to, but all you see is the top of a relatively steep hill. You can't see up whatever's at the top of this. We're at the top of the initiative order. Alan Vaughn.
I'm going to take my movement.
You do so, pushing through the brush.
Hearing my friends, as well as some foreign person, not foreign, like a stranger. I don't know if they're foreign or not. I'm gonna go up and stealthily hang here behind the brush to see what unfolds. I'm going to
roll stealth if you're going into stealth and you want to be undetected. Roll stealth.
and we get pass without a trace, so it's plus 10, right?
That's correct.
That's a 25.
Although, is Eden still within? You have to be within range of Eden for pass without trace, right? Are you currently?
Is it? Okay, you're right. I think it is like I think it's not on each person. I think it's like within
It's an aura.
centered around Eden.
Oh, gotcha.
Got it. All right. Well, mine is a.
It's within 30 feet, so you might be getting there.
They're pretty close. Let's see.
I'm about 5 feet away.
35. Yeah.
Can I?
You can. You can sense the power of pass without trace, and if you would, it would obviously make perfect intuitive sense to me that you move to the next tree or you move to the next bush while doing this, so that you enter stealth while benefiting from your companion's magic.
Okay. Yeah. So mine's gonna be my stealth is going to be a 26 total.
You do so. You drop to one knee, trying to disguise yourself in the brush, and you feel like you've done a pretty strong job of it.
I'm just going to hold. I'm gonna hold an action. I would like to hold Eldritch Blast in case I need to use it.
Dark energy gathers on your fingers, and you prepare to blast anything that appears hostile. Ian, Kalis.
Ian's gonna follow Alan and sneak up alongside her.
Also taking stealth. So that was a question, not a statement, sorry.
Yes. I got a 29.
How do you enter stealth?
I guess kind of if I'd imagine. So I'd imagine Alan was kind of following along with Eden's movement, right, to sort of stay close, and I would imagine Ian was kind of doing the same thing, where they're sneaking up, like kind of like crouch running up together, hopping behind this bush.
Moving as a unit, moving as a pack.
Well, trying to keep up with Eden crashing through the forest without giving ourselves away.
Anything else on your turn? Oh, God, sorry.
Yeah, also already in attack as well. Already Mind Sliver, and just if a hostile action happens, then he's gonna go blasting, and he'll kind of whisper, "Alan, what was that? What happened to staying here?"
I don't know. He gets excited.
And that's it.
Tierney. You can see more as you take in the surroundings. To your northeast, there is a hill here, a relatively steep hill that overlooks the path. You can't see whoever's calling to you from the top of it. It's just outside of your vision, and they seem to know this.
I'll raise my hand and say, "Who's addressing me? Reveal yourself."
You do so, and you see a figure. A man in purple armor with no helmet walks over to the edge of this embankment. He looks down at you from up above, and you can see he's holding a longsword and a shield. As you ask him to identify himself, his voice rings out, "Paul McMill, son of Cormyr. Now who are you?"
I'm but a traveler. My name is Tierney.
Traveling where?
We're traveling north, where our business is our own. Are you a guard company?
He shakes his head. One thing at a time, friend. First of all, your business is my business. This is my road.
Oh, you paved it?
My ancestors paved it.
Ah,
Did
I
yours?
see. No. Are they here?
Aye, deep in the ground. Can you say the same?
My ancestors are in the ground, yes.
But not this ground.
Not this present ground, yes. So what is this a geological survey then?
Is this a geological survey? No, this is me reasonably asking something of you, friend.
What is it?
If you've got gold, you have a moral duty to give me some.
Under what law should I give you this gold?
Law. Simple enough. Have you heard of taxes, my friend? Every merchant that comes this way owes Cormyr something in her defense. If you have nothing, I won't take anything of yours, but I have a funny feeling that you have something, my friend.
Just curious, what would be the penalty if we refuse this gold?
The penalty may not come from me. Have you heard of cosmic justice, my friend?
Cosmic justice. So you would let us pass unfettered if we refused you?
He tilts his head. Some violence is more subtle than others. If you're asking me if I would rush down here and thrust my sword into you, no, I wouldn't. But could you do that with a clear conscience? A man asks you for gold for walking through his territory, his land, and you would just say no.
I don't think you have a real claim on this land any more than I do, if I'm being perfectly frank.
I think I have more of it. Fine. What's your name?
My name is Tierney Fang.
All right, Mr. Tierney Fang. You say you have as much of a claim on this land as I do. Tell me more about that.
It's the land of the free people here. No government controls this area. Why should I pay a fee to travel a road for my own business, keeping to myself? This feels awfully much like a shakedown.
If it's a shakedown that keeps the peace, I don't see how that's. Do you understand that when you cross through a country's territory, they are offering you safety? That safety is bought with gold.
Indeed.
And
I assume you are both the safekeeper and the justice doler. Is that correct?
Aye, someone has to be.
So I'm paying you to protect me from yourself.
Aye, because I am protecting you from far worse things on this road, my friend.
Oh? What other services do you provide?
Grant, your turn.
Does Grint know the history of what went down in Cormyr? Not like you know what I mean, but like how the resolution of the war between the Zentarum and the old Cormyr government went.
Roll history. Let's see how well Grint has been following contemporary politics.
He's not really interested in politics, but he is interested in war. Nine.
You know that Cormyr fell from within. You know that there was little of a war, not much of a fight at all. You know that Cormyr's units fell amongst themselves from infighting, reports of madness, people stabbing their own countrymen. It wasn't much of a war at all. It disappoints you to even think about.
Yeah. So, Grint's gonna call up to him, and he's going to say, "So you're with the old Cormyr then, eh?"
Aye.
Well, it sounds like you had your chance to protect this country, and you didn't, and now you're just a common bandit. You're fucking despicable to what you are.
Despicable.
Aye.
Brave, a dwarf, a foreigner walks on my road and has the nerve to call me despicable for attempting to revitalize my land? My friend, taxes pay for something. They pay for this. They pay for everything that you... When you take up arms against me, you're taking up arms against the local government.
You say this is a yacht road, but I didn't see a sign back there that said "cowardly little dipshit road."
What could be more cowardly than refusing to pay a toll?
Being a piece of shit bandit.
The cowards here are you. I can see that there's more of you than there are of me. You threaten violence, that makes you the coward, not me.
You're the one who just talking about cosmic justice.
You're
a coward and a poet. Ooh, what a combo.
I may not see it through, but Tyr will.
Hey.
Eden.
Oh, go ahead. Just go ahead.
It becomes your turn.
Yeah, Eden's watching this conversation go and become a little bit vitriolic, especially with Grint. And he's like, whoa, we're just passing through. We were warned that we'd be shaken down as soon as we stepped outside of the city. You say you're protecting it?
Paul looks out over towards you. This land is my birthright. Fucking right, I'm protecting it.
Against what?
Against anything and everything. I don't know if you know what has befallen this country, but there are horrors to the north. They will be here soon. There will be a time when you'll be glad that I'm here.
Yes, but is it just you? Because normally in a government, the people have a right to know what their money is being spent on. They appoint their officials.
No, it's not just me. He leaves it at that. It remains your turn.
Eden just sort of looks towards Tierney and shakes his head a little bit. I think he'll end his turn without taking an action.
Top of the initiative order, Alan Vaughn.
Do I have a better perspective from where I'm at as to what is up there on top of the hill?
You can peer just a bit. You see that the man addressing you is doing so from next to a large stone that seems to provide natural cover from people being able to see up on the top of this hill from the road. You see what appears to be evidence of a small habitation.
All right. I guess I'm going to be charismatic.
How's that?
I'm going to come down off of my stoop here. Sir Paul. I think it is very funny that you say that this is your land, but yet I also am Cormyrian blood.
And what have you done for her lately?
A lot more than you'll ever know.
You'll have to excuse my lack of patience for people telling tales on the road.
That's okay. We'll be moving through, and you can see about doing whatever it is that you do. Because paying you a toll is not going to protect us from anything. And surely there's not going to be any cosmic justice for paying you anything.
He shrugs. Not everybody is a believer. That doesn't mean it's not going to come for you. And if you are, in fact, a true Cormyrean, you would know that what I am doing is important work.
So taxing people that go into the city is important work. Yes, sure, of course. So what are you spending the funds on that you retrieve from people passing through?
We're funding a war, right? There is war in these lands. War costs money. If you are a merchant coming to Dongleam, ancient land of the Cormyrean Empire, you should have to pay taxes. You should have to fund the war that keeps this land safe.
Safe from whom specifically?
Safe from the undead, safe from the Zentarim, safe from actual bandits, the kind of people that if you approach them the way that you approached me, they would already be shooting crossbows at you.
We didn't approach you. You approached us.
You made the biggest ruckus I can imagine on the road, inviting someone to approach you. If you provoke a man, is it his fault for hitting you?
Yes.
I too would like to fight for Cormyr. So why don't you take us to else you are working with? Whoever else you are working with.
Why do I get the impression that you don't want to travel 6 weeks to the north by horseback?
You never know, I like traveling.
It's not really in my intent in this conversation to take you on a vacation northward.
Wouldn't be much of a vacation now, would it?
To tell you the truth, I don't know what you're getting at. It's quite simple. If you want to use this road, you have to pay gold.
Or you don't. But nonetheless, how are you paying anyone with the gold? So are you just sitting here collecting it? Does someone come retrieve it for you? From you. Not for you. From you.
Yes, that is exactly what happens. Yes, I hand coins to someone else. They put them in their pocket. Eventually, those coins make their way to the right people.
So you keep none for yourself.
I'm paid a modest salary for what I do.
So why would somebody want you dead then?
Who wants me dead? You?
I'm just curious. No, not me. I could care less. But why would somebody want you dead if all you're doing here is funding a war?
Anytime you're doing something right in the world, someone's going to want you dead. You'll know you're doing the right thing when plenty of people want you dead.
So why not just... No, never mind. I answered my own question.
Ian Kalis.
So from where Ian is, like on this kind of like hill thing, he's up too high to really see much past him. Is that right?
You can see this man calling down to the rest of the party, but you can't really see past those rocks. You can see sort of the parallel high ground. So you're here on top of this little hillock. Across the road, there's another taller hillock that he is calling down from.
Okay. And this thing that I'm next to, is this like a tree or is this like a bush?
That's a tree.
Could I climb the tree to be able to see more over to like see if there's anyone else up there?
You could try.
I would like to, as stealthily as possible, attempt that. I don't know how viable that is, but I'm within 30 feet of pass without a trace.
Let's say you could either try to do this stealthily, and it would be tough, or you could do it less subtly, but you feel like you could just shimmy up the tree. If you were trying to remain in subterfuge, you feel like you'd have to stay on this side of the tree, on the near side. You'd want to keep your hands so so no one can see you climbing up, or you can just go up the tree. You have a feeling that in the forest, your activity may go unnoticed anyway. But of those two ways, how would you want to approach it? You just go up the tree, or do you do it really trying to keep your head down?
I think Ian would do it trying to keep his head down.
Roll athletics at disadvantage.
Ian's already at disadvantage with athletics. I rolled a natural one.
Did you?
Yeah.
You attempt to scale the tree. You try to do so very stealthily. The moment you place your boot on the bark, you realize how smooth it is. Your foot slides right down and you fall. You land in the dirt in a unceremonious pile. You feel a bit graceless, but you're uninjured. It remains your turn.
Have I been spotted?
You're not sure.
All right.
You have no easy way of discerning.
He's just gonna assume that he's been noticed and walk out, I guess.
Your robe is a bit dusty.
Brush himself off and say, I'm okay. Just a quick question. If you're claiming to be working for the government, I mean, why would we be warned that we're going to be accosted by what seems to be the government of the town?
You're saying that you were warned of me?
We were warned that someone was going to try to shake us down. That's why we're a little bit, maybe we're a little bit extra hostile about this, because we've already, to be honest, if you're protecting us against bandits, we've already been accosted by bandits.
Aye, this country is overrun by them. And to tell you the truth, most bandits look just about like you do, going around in a group, asking lots of questions, trying to get out of paying gold.
You sure these are bandits?
As opposed to
Just regular people being confused about their circumstances?
everyone has to pay up in the end.
Well, I don't know, guys. What do you think? He hasn't shot us yet, which is better than most of the people we've talked to. I'm just saying.
But he didn't quite answer the question either.
I mean, but we could do like a trust exercise. Like, how many people you got up there? If you tell us, we could be on better terms.
Is that... Did you say that loud? Was that directed at Paul?
Yeah.
He sizes you up. Says, "Hi. There's two besides me. There's three of us up here."
Ian's just gonna kind of side eye like Tierney, like,
I have a question.
what's the play?
I know it's not in initiative order, but can I ask a question?
Sure.
From my background, the flag that we saw, the purple dragon, would I know that as being the Cormyrian flag?
Yes, instantly and thoroughly.
I would walk over and give him a gold piece. I can wait till my next turn, but that's my plan.
Okay. Ian, still your turn.
I'll just continue to hold a mind sliver for if something breaks out. Ian will just hold a spot.
Journey Fang.
So, you're not a bandit,
Aye.
but you're doing the work of a bandit.
No. No, no, no.
No, no.
I no.
So, what do bandits do?
Bandits pillage and reave.
Bandits shake people down for money with vague threats, which is 100% what you're currently doing.
When you... How do I put this? If you go to a merchant, an honest merchant, and you ask them to purchase something, you ever looked carefully at the invoice? You might have 10%, 12%, 20% take, depending on where you are. Do you know where it goes?
Yeah, to the merchant's pocket.
You'd like to think so, but in more honest parts of this world, it does not go there. It goes to putting up walls and stationing guards on those walls to keep people like you safe.
I'm sorry. This is complete horseshit. A merchant doesn't threaten me with death if I don't purchase his product. And I think I'm pretty close to done talking ethics with you.
Aye, because you're an unethical man.
What if this guy could help us get where we're going? Might be cheaper than what we had planned.
He does not seem helpful. He's monomaniacal about getting gold out of our pocket into his for a completely questionable purpose. I have never seen more transparent of a bandit in my entire life.
Well, we're not talking to him about anything else but the gold.
I don't even know why we're talking to him. He accosts
Really?
us, and he's acting like we're... This is preposterous. I'm outraged.
I'm just saying he has a point when he says we're the ones who look like bandits.
Oh, we
do
didn't
not look
shake
like
him
that.
down. We're not charging him gold to pass.
He's technically not charging us gold to pass.
Oh, he's just threatening that something bad
He
like our
didn't-
lives will be forfeit if we don't give him gold.
No, he just said that there would be circumstances down the road,
It's even worse.
and
He's
he
trying to
doesn't know
guilt us into
what they
it.
would be. Exactly, he's trying to guilt us.
Aye,
He
this
doesn't
is
want to fight, but he will if we don't give him gold for nothing.
a common affliction among the black-hearted, coming to terms with your own poor ethical outlook. What you feel is guilt. That's right. Go ahead. Continue to ruminate on this thought, stranger. The more you think about it, the more you will feel bad. And rightfully so.
I'm sorry. This is a bunch of nonsense words, and whatever Grint's thinking is 100% right. I'll just throw my hands up.
You do so, Grin Cromwell.
I will turn my back to
sorry.
this fellow and cross my arms.
You bite your thumb at him. Grint.
So, fortunately, Tyranny's now looking at Grint. Grint is going to look at Tyranny and go, "Can you knock him down from there, eh?"
I can hit him if I need.
No, I want him down.
I can give it a shot.
Glad to hear it.
He needs to make the first move, though.
Why?
Why?
I
I need to know he's not a coward before I kill him.
He's standing up on a hill, shaking down passers-by. This is a pretty big fucking coward.
I agree.
Great. Grint's gonna charge the Cormarian infantry guy who's close.
You do so. Take your turn. It's your move.
I'm right up next to him.
You charge up the hill. Roll athletics. I want to see
Wait.
how. Go ahead.
Is he up the hill or is he just like on the?
He's right at the top. You know, I'll move him a little. So he's like right on top of. There's like a ridge line, and they're up there
Gotcha.
on the high ground together.
Okay.
If
shit,
you'd
I
like
didn't-
to, your hand is still on the piece. So if you want to,
I wanna fucking murder these people. All the same, can I reach him on my turn?
you can, but it's going to require you're going to have to power up that hill, requiring
I'm quite all right with that.
some serious lower body strength. Let's roll athletics.
Let's. Let's not. It's a 7.
You explosively charge up the hill. It's a short distance, but you find yourself a bit out of breath when you arrive. If you attack this turn, it's at disadvantage as you catch your breath.
Fair enough. I'll take it.
You attack.
Yes. How does this work? If I use a precision attack... Oh, it just goes to the lowest. No. So, yeah, I'll make it a precision attack all the same. All this fucking talking has poor Grint out of breath. It's ridiculous.
I see what you're doing. So your goal there is to make the most of your attacking disadvantage anyway.
Yes.
Makes
Yep.
sense. Okay, fair. This man towers over you. His gleaming purple armor matches his gleaming purple shield.
$20, $30.
You hit. Where do you hit?
Legs. It'd be the legs.
Roll the damage.
$11.
You cut horizontally, aiming for his knee, and you find it. Your blade cuts through the thin part of his armor at the joint, and you cut halfway into his kneecap. He gasps in pain. Eden, it becomes your turn.
I think so Eden sort
I
of
love the
looks
horror
disgusted.
violence.
He's really not happy with how this has gone. And he calls over to Grint, like, how fucking committed are you to this path that you have chosen?
Stabbing people? Oh, pretty committed.
And if we pull you back,
Can you?
we can leave your ass.
Okay.
Eden's gonna heal the guard with Balm of the Summer Court.
How much do you heal for?
2 die, so let me roll that. $10.
You heal him. He makes eye contact with you across the glade. You lock eyes for a moment as he seems to understand what's happening. His knee reassembles itself directly in front of you, Grint Grommel.
Grint goes, oh, that's just cruel. I'm going to have to do that again. I'm so sorry.
Eden, still your turn.
Eden's not gonna take any further action.
Alan Vaughn, you bear witness as violence descends on this situation. It's your turn.
That's fucked up, man. All right. I am going to use Misty Step to teleport directly next to Grint Grommel.
You do so.
I say boo in your ear.
Ah! No, this one's mine. You get your own.
Nobody's getting anybody, Grint.
What?
We're going to back off now.
Why?
Because there's no reason to fight them.
They're bandits. There's every reason to fight them. That's what you do with bandits. You fight them. They go, oh, they're bandits. I'm gonna fucking kill you. And there you go. This is how you do.
Well, the bandits that tried to attack us on our ship clearly wanted to fight. These men don't clearly want to fight.
Yeah, because they're fucking cowards. Many bandits are. Uh-huh.
Paul,
Go ahead.
what city in Cormyr did you grow up in?
Paul has his sword in hand. He looks past the point of having a friendly conversation about where he's from. He says quite simply, I'm a son of Arabelle.
What do I know about that?
You know that a son of Arabelle is about to kill you.
No. I mean, out of character, what do I know about that?
It's your turn.
No, that's what I'm saying to you. I don't know what that means.
I
to
understand,
me,
but
in
violence
character.
has descended on this situation. You rack your brain trying to think of places, times, areas. A lot is happening very quickly here. You call out to a man who is unsheathing his sword.
I'm gonna put my arm around Grint's neck and I'm going to try to drag him down the hill. Like not like in like a friendly like let's go friend, you're too drunk kind of way.
Grint, do you allow this?
No.
Obviously he's not gonna allow it.
Ian Kalis, it becomes your turn.
Okay.
Good luck, Ian.
You still feel a bit dusted.
I'm gonna try the same trick that didn't work with the first assassin, and I'm gonna try to levitate Paul.
Is there a weight limit on levitate?
Let me see. A lot. It's like 500 pounds, I think.
Let's look it up together. Up to 500 pounds, you're absolutely right. And it's a con saving throw. What's your spell
Is
DC?
14.
One moment. He passes.
Fuckers. Ian's gonna throw his hands up and goes, I tried. If anyone can think of a way to defuse this, I don't think we necessarily need to fight for this weird, scummy mayor. Maybe we should stop. Just saying, Grint, you got a good lick in.
Oh, I can do better. I'll show you.
I know you can, buddy, but I still think it's a good idea.
Oh, Grint looks offended. He turns to the infantry guy. He goes, he doesn't believe me. We're like in the same party, and he just...
Again, that's all I got for my turn.
Tyranny
That was my
becomes your turn.
I am going to cast Grease.
He's gonna grease everybody down the hill.
I'm going to grease. I would like to grease an area where Paul is standing and where, like, between Paul and the group, so that if we decide to fight, we can. If we decide to de-escalate, we can.
You try to make the hillside here greasy and slick. Is that correct?
That's what I'm trying to do.
You do so. The hillside turns from a grass-covered dirt into a thick, greasy, yellow-colored mess. It becomes difficult terrain. Still your turn, Tierney.
I'm still with my back to the group, although I assume I looked over my shoulder for this spell.
It has a component. It has a somatic component. So yes, you must turn and gesture.
And I'm going to yell up there, figure it out fast, guys.
I am.
You do so. Tierney, your turn ends. Grint, it becomes your turn.
All right, here we go again. So, I'm still in striking distance of this lad, yeah?
You are. You witness as the
Excellent.
hillside becomes a bit greasy to your southeast.
That is fantastic.
Roll insight.
Okay. Eight.
The infantryman in front of you seems to hesitate for a moment. Grint, it remains your turn.
Hesitate. Nah. This is Grant would definitely stab him again. Here we go. Yeah. $16.
16 misses.
All right. That's that. I'm gonna use War Priest. I'm gonna throw down at him again. $16.
Your
Maybe.
sword cuts through air once and then twice.
Maybe it wasn't meant to be. I will end my turn there. Grinch is like, ah,
Yes.
yeah.
You swing furiously at him. Paul goes. He looks down beneath his feet, seeing the grease, and takes a tentative step back. Tierney Fang, what is your spell DC?
I believe it's 14, but let me double check. It is 14.
Paul is able to adeptly maneuver through the greasy surface. He sees the battle ensuing. His hand is still on his sword. He swears. He says, fucking hell. This is better for you than paying me your gold?
Aye.
You'd rather pay in blood than in... I could have said any amount, 10 gold, 15 gold. You'd rather kill us and maybe yourselves?
Nope, just you.
He shakes his head and moves to attack. He swings at you, Grint, with his long sword, and he says, "You made me do this." What's your AC?
20. No, I'm sorry. I don't have shield on yet. So that's 18. 18.
He swings and hits. He stabs forward, catching you in the upper pectoral. He pulls the sword out and tries to stab again. This one goes past your shoulder. Take 6 slashing.
I will do so, but he missed one of those attacks, yes?
He did.
Repost time.
You riposte and counterattack.
$22.
22 hits.
Excellent. $18 damage.
Where do you hit him?
Where'd he hit me?
He hit you right here, upper chest.
Blow for blow.
Your sword does massive damage to his shoulder. Your broad cutting implement stabs into his flesh, and when you pull it out, you sense that you've done far more damage than he's done to you. You remember what the mayor told you, that he needs his head.
Mm-hmm. You said 6 damage slashing?
Correct. To you,
Just double checking.
Mm-hmm. Eden Cather, you see something truly concerning. You watch as a situation that you attempted to mediate erupts further into violence.
Okay, I think with Alan trying to pull Grint away, what he'll attempt to do with the spells that he currently has at his disposal is cast Moonlight across all of them. Sorry, Alan, in an attempt to make them get away from each other.
So you're casting Moonlight and doing the radius, the 4 tiles it hits is Paul, the Cormyrean infantryman, Alan, and Grint. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You cast Moonbeam. A 5-foot radius cylinder of light drops from the midday light. We have 4 Constitution saving throws. Alan, make a Constitution saving throw. Grant, make a Constitution saving throw. And your spell DC is 14 as well, I assume? Paul
21.
saves. Paul saves. Alan saves.
18.
The infantryman fails. Grint saves. What's the damage? 2d10 radiant. Go ahead and roll it.
$16.
Alan, Grint, and Paul take 8 damage. The infantrymen take 16. Blinding light comes down from the sky. Any skin that you have, Alan and Grint, is immediately irritated. It's like the worst sunburn you've ever had. Eden, it remains your turn.
Make
sure everybody takes that damage. I'm sorry, you can go ahead.
He doesn't have anything he wants to do as a bonus attack, so we'll end the turn there. Just sort of yelling like, "Stop!"
You yell a single word. Stop. The infantry go. 3, 4, 5. This one, the second infantryman, moves through the greasy terrain, rolling decks to see if he doesn't slip down the hill. He does slip down the hill. He tries to move into position to attack Alan and instead instantly falls. His mass, clad in heavy armor, slides down the hill and he lands on his back at the bottom. He spends the rest of his turn standing up. The infantryman that you are engaged with, Grint Grommel, takes his longsword and thrusts right back at you, aiming for your skull. He attacks twice. What's your AC?
18.
Both attacks miss.
He's getting the repost.
He swings. Okay.
Actually, wait. Have I... Because it requires my reaction. Have I...
You've used... Excellent catch. You've used your reaction this round of combat.
Okay, so then I can't repost.
Correct. Yep. He misses you twice. His longsword goes right past you. His face is confused. He looks almost scared as he swings back at you. Alan Vaughn, at the top of the order, it becomes your turn.
I'm going to disengage.
You spend your action disengaging.
I have disengaged.
You draw back from combat. It remains your turn.
As I walk past Tierney, I look at him. I'm very disappointed. That's it.
Ian Kalis, it becomes your turn.
Ian will call out to his party and say, what do we do, guys? I don't know how to get out of this one.
I don't think there's any getting out of it at this point. So I will let them collect their trophy, and then I'm going to move on.
Well, if we're committed to it, then we can't really leave Grint alone in there.
I can.
I got this. Okay, Ian will move down the embankment. And did this guy get up, or is he still on the ground?
He just clambered to his feet. He spent the rest of his action getting to his feet. He stands there uneasily. He's facing away from you right now. He's looking toward Grint. He's scrambling through the greasy mud.
Ian will take his dagger and hold it up to him and just say, "Just look, man, just surrender. We don't want to. I don't want to have to kill you."
He turns to you, not expecting you to suddenly be behind him. Roll insight.
"12."
You can sense that he looks nervous. He says, I don't want to kill you either.
Let's just give it up. Someone's got to stop fighting, right?
Roll persuasion.
Grint's not.
"22." He'll, I guess he'll further elaborate and be like, I don't know if I can stop them from going for Paul, but I can. If you put your arms down, I can stop them from going for you.
He pauses for a long moment. He looks up to who you assume to be his superior, Paul, who is caught in a melee engagement. He looks to you, and while he doesn't drop his sword, you can see he's certainly not wielding it at you. He shakes his head as if to say, let's not do this. It remains your turn.
Do I have any more movement?
I don't think so. After getting down the embankment, I think that's probably the end of your move.
Was it like a let's not do this, like sorry, we're not agreeing, or is it like a let's not have this fight? I think it was a let's not have this fight, but
it is left to your interpretation.
Okay. Then Ian will just stay dagger poised as if he's like trying to hold him prisoner.
You do
I'll
so.
Stop at that.
Mr. Fang.
I would like to cast Lightning Lure on Paul.
You cast Lightning Lure. You strike out, attempting to grab him.
And yank him toward me. You create a lash of lightning energy that strikes one creature of your choice. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pulled 10 feet in a straight line toward you and take 1d8 lightning damage, if it is within 5 feet of you.
Making the strength saving throw. 1 moment.
I actually have to take a step toward him before I can do this. It's 15
It's a 15-foot radius. I see that.
Yeah, so I'm going to take one step first.
You do so. He passes the save.
So he does not get yanked.
Correct. You try to jerk him down the hill using raw arcane power. His muscles allow him to maintain his composure. He's somehow sure-footed up there.
He wants to stay in this murder sphere.
You watch him as he braces. He doesn't understand that all he knows is some cosmic force yanked on him.
I'm going to yell up to Grint. Grint, status.
Stabbing.
I'll shrug. It'll be my turn.
You shrug. Grint, it becomes your turn.
Excellent. Grint is going to take a swing at Mr. Paul. He's gonna like look at like his burning skin. He's gonna be like, who do you think's gonna give out first, eh?
This man is far less martially trained than you, and you sense that he is in no place to have a conversation. He is wide-eyed as he engages in a melee with you. You are calm. He is not.
Fantastic. Yeah, let's take a swing. 23.
23 hits.
10.
You do 10 slashing damage. You cut across his midsection. The plate armor is not enough to stop your sword. You cut into his viscera. It remains
How is he
your turn.
looking?
He looks like a soft human boy who's been cut through the gut.
We're talking about Paul, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Grint's feeling like the finish might be coming. I'm going to action surge, take another swing at him.
You do so.
Grint is going to try and decapitate him. $11.
You try to line up to neatly take his head from his body. He seems to realize this and dodges it. Anything else on your turn?
That will end my turn.
Before his turn ends, he's still in moonlight, so he's gonna
yes.
damage.
I was going to. I don't know if I believe this is correct. I was going to resolve that if you're still concentrating on your turn, Eden. So we'll do
Gotcha.
when it becomes
Okay.
your turn. We'll do all the moonlight damage if anyone's still in it. Then we go to Paul's turn, and Paul is in it. Paul fights for his life. You just stabbed him in the gut, Grint, and he gasps and seems to feel like he's in over his head. He strikes back desperately. He misses. He misses. He swings twice at you. Each attack seems driven not by ferocity, but by desperation and fear.
Let's get that repost in there.
You do-
18.
18 hits him.
$15.
Where do you aim this strike?
Around the neck. Still aiming for the neck. Grint wants that head.
You get your wish. You strike at his neck. The damage is massive. You strike his neck cleanly from his body. Blood surges from his spinal column. The effect is horrible. Alan and Tierney, can you save versus Constitution?
Yeah, that feels appropriate.
Six.
15.
Alan, you feel nauseous watching this. Blood surges from this headless body. Grint is covered in blood and seems none the worse for wear. The infantryman next to you, Ian, instantly drops his longsword and his shield on the ground. He puts his hands up. Eden, it becomes your turn.
Eden will interrupt the spell at that point. So Moonlight is off the table, and he'll he'll spend 2 dice healing the infantryman.
Balm of the Summer Court. You heal the one that Grint was fighting. For how much?
7.
You do so. It remains your turn. His wounds stitch shut.
Grint, are you satisfied now?
Grint looks at the Cormyrean infantry kid he's fighting. He looks him dead in the eyes. He says, "You want to stop, huh? You want to disappoint your country for a second time in a row?"
He says, plain and simple, I surrender. It's 2 on 5.
Grint fucking says, "Fine. I won't fight fucking cowards."
He drops. He maintains eye contact with you as he sets his longsword and shield on the ground and
Trent
backs
will
up.
sheath his sword
slowly.
If I can do that. He'll just sheath his fucking sword.
He backs up away from you. it's the infantry's turn. Unarmed and with his hands up, the infantryman at the top of the hill backs up before running away, headlong, scared, terrified. You hear his feet beating the earth as he runs away headlong. The other infantryman stands there. He's paralyzed in fear. Alan, it becomes your turn.
Alan is speechless. She's actually just gonna go and start walking back towards town.
You do so. It's 7 o'clock, and I know exactly where we are in the initial order. Shall we take our fiver and we can pick up right where we left off?
Sure.
Back in 5. Catching up on Stream Chat. Hello, Stream Chat. How are we doing? Let's see. Who do we have tonight? We've got DopeyX3. Hello, how wonderful to see you. Thank you for making the maps for this evening. They are gorgeous. We have Margot Vale. Always great to see players in chat. Hi, how are you? We have Fulmari with a wave, talking to Dopey, chilling out with the D&D and some nice hot tea. I'm sorry that it's not very chill. Please forgive me. Let's see. Tyranny freaking out. Yes, I know. Don't you enjoy the various flexible ethics that we see in this party and people's interesting justifications for things? Like a self-mending punching bag for grants. For example, I think you played BG2, right? You know, like the genie in the Underdark that they heal and hurt and heal and hurt. It's like one of those. The tried and true druid method of nuking the problem from orbit. I do find Moonbeam to be a particularly strong spell, and I love it thematically. Oh, guess what? Salune just nuked you. Let's see. Dare I click a dopey link during session? I think I will. The gang becomes bandits. Okay, guys, back in a couple minutes. I'm going to go get a coffee. Hello.
Hello.
I asked you a question in my character channel, real quick, if you don't mind.
Let me check.
Okay, that's all I needed.
For everybody back, everybody good. Okay, we are on Ian Kalis, I believe.
Okay. Ian's gonna kind of like push the guard that's still remaining, or the soldier that's still remaining, and kind of just whisper, "Just go, man."
You do so. He makes eye contact with you and says, I won't forget this. I have a family. Thank you.
Go, just be quick.
He hesitates no longer. He runs. He doesn't even go for his stuff. He scrambles down the road to the east, running away. It remains your turn, Ian Kalis.
I guess Ian's kind of just standing there like, what just happened? And he'll kind of, I guess, mostly addressing Tierney and Grant, and go, look, I'm fine with fighting when we got to fight, but I don't know if just getting paid is enough for us to kill somebody. Like, I'm not here to kill people that might be good people.
He was a bandit.
We didn't really make that 100% clear. Like, yeah, this is like a bandit-like thing, but, we're getting paid by, like, some fucking guy who's probably working for the Zent.
If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and it's a cock-sucking bandit, then it's a bandit.
Well, what you're doing is just a bandit thing, too.
No, I killed the bandit.
Like, bandits probably kill bandits all the time.
Grint is going to approach Ian. He's going to say, now listen, there was a war, all right? That kid had his shot. He could have died for his country. He could have fought, but he didn't. He gave up, all right? He chose his life, and he was right. There is cosmic justice, and today it was me.
I don't really have much of an argument against that. I just think that, there's... I just need to get this on the table. Are you killing anybody for money?
When you say anybody,
Yeah, like, do they need to be at least somebody that you think maybe deserves it? At least is there at least that?
Ian, I would never kill you for money.
I was kind of getting to that, but that is, you know what? That is
Now, the
strangely
short jokes, on the other hand, I mean, we'll see about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fucked up, right? I'm glad I haven't done that.
Still your turn, Ian.
Yeah, he's got nothing. He's just talking.
Trinity
I guess I'll look around to see what was left behind.
There were a number of things left behind. On the ground are 2 longswords and 2 shields, and the decapitated body of Paul McMahon.
Ian will grab one of the shields at his feet and then kind of looking past Grint and the body, and he'll just kind of, and then sort of start making his way up to the camp that's up top, and just to see, I guess, probably on my next turn, what's up there.
We can investigate on your next turn. Chinny.
I'm going to look around me. Well, Grint, nobody can complain about your efficiency. Necessity aside, what's done is done. Let's make sure there's nobody else trying to shake us down out here. And I will enter the woods with my eye out and look for people.
Roll perception.
My favorite.
Just real quick, can I add a shield to my inventory?
You can't. Give me 1 moment.
23.
Mr. Fang, you look through the forest. Your healthy sense of paranoia is like a red, gaping furnace, and you continue to shovel coal over and over into it, and it burns within you. You look around the woods for confirmation that something is in fact coming for you. You receive none. You notice birds tweeting in the distance. Out of the corner of your eye, you see an errant vine swing menacingly out of the corner of your eye. Your eyes focus on a moment before you realize it must be nothing, right?
I'll investigate either way.
You find something. Merely a vine, greenery. Your heart doesn't stop throbbing in your chest.
I will carry this energy forward as I assume that the investigation is going to take my turn.
Grinch Grommel.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes your turn.
Grint places the tip of his sword in the ground. He says, "Great Tempest, we disparage not those who fall before us. Today we teach, tomorrow we learn."
You pray to Tempest.
Mm-hmm.
You feel a sense of zeal from within you. It remains your turn.
Grint will take the head, put it in a bag of some sort, his bag. He'd like to wrap it if possible so it doesn't get blood all over the place. In fact, let's just say that, like, if he has an undershirt or something, the soldier, just or Mr. Paul, we'll put it in his clothing or something.
1 moment.
Oh, that's fucked.
It remains your turn, Grint.
Let's talk about what else Paul has on his body.
He has several things. You find his sword and his armor.
Grint will take the sword.
Putting it in your pack?
Correct, yes.
You do so. Eden Cather, it becomes your turn.
So I think Eden will sort of slowly approach Grint and the body where he's going over the body, and he'll just he'll start with so are we should bury him, right?
If you'd like, sure.
I'm just curious. What did you learn today? What did you teach?
That I was better.
See, I thought Tempest was the god of honorable combat. I don't see what the honor is in fighting children or men who don't want to fight you back.
He was a bandit shaking people down while wearing armor and armed with swords.
So you're the type of man who believes that the more you say something, the more true it is? All right, well, just help me bury the body. You can at least
Okay.
do that.
Sure.
And Eden will look for sort of opposite of Tierney. I think there's like a grove in between the two hills in the south of the map. Just a place off the road without any animal tracks where they can sort of set the body aside so that it's not immediately horrifying anybody.
You can drag the headless body off of the side of the road. You spend your turn dragging the body. The entire time, the severed neck leaks blood, leaving a thick trail across the road. Before this moment, you were never quite so sure how much blood was inside a person. Back at the top of the initiative order, Alan Vaughn walking back toward town. You're still here, and you hear a variety of arguments transpiring behind you on the road.
Well, arguments are definitely needed. At this moment in time, Alan does not know how she feels about having Grint as part of the party, and she is mentally having a moment. I'm just going to kind of wait here. I feel like I'm in a position where she would feel that she's far enough away to take a mental break.
You achieve solitude. You sit by yourself to contemplate some of what you've just seen. Ian Kalis. Actually, you know what? Let's stop it. Let's go off the initiative order here. We have people burying a body. We have people investigating things. What's on the party's mind as the sun continues its inexorable march through the sky above you?
Since we're playing at banditry, Ian is going to do the bandit thing and rummage through the camp looking for useful things.
Roll investigation.
It's not ability. Okay, can't use that then. A 3.
You find something. You rifle through the belongings of these people. You find two things. You find a water barrel here. It seems to be about half full and could be useful in refilling water skins. You also find, underneath a rock, a bit of gold.
He's gonna take a moment and then just put the rock back over it, and then sniff the water, see if it seems fresh.
It smells fresh, clear, and clean.
All right. He's gonna take a swig from his canteen and then fill it back up with water.
You do so. Please update the manifest. You drank water, and you're going to refill your canteen with clear water you found here.
At this point, I feel like Alan has had her moment, and she's going to go up to the campsite. She wants to see if what they were talking about was true, if they were actually, see if she can find any documentation or anything like that stating that they are part of, I don't know if like I don't know if it's a revolution or anything like that. So I don't know if there would be documentation, but that's her point. She wants to go up there to prove that they were good people at this point.
Roll investigation.
I'm gonna use my pact and add a d4. It's Pact of the Talisman, so I'm using that. I can just add a d4 once a turn to potentially change it into a success.
What's your final investigation roll?
15.
You find yourself working alongside Grint. He is also rifling through the personal
Ian?
affects. Ian, sorry. Yes. You find
I was
yourself
gonna say.
Easily
working-
confused.
You find yourself
Fine.
working parallel to Ian. You rifle through the personal effects of the Cormyrians. You find no formal identification, but as you go through their things, you come to realize that they were living out here on very little. There are no writing utensils, very little other than the threadbare belongings of people trying to rough it here. It's not that you couldn't find belongings from them, it's that you get the impression, Alan, that they probably didn't have identification on them when they were here.
I feel like that would make a lot of sense, especially if it's more of a like rebellion back against the bandits. So it would kind of make sense if they were trying to conceal that. I'd also like to look around to see if there's any like bottles of wine or anything like that.
While looking through the personal affects, you look to see, might they have a nice bottle of wine, something stashed away? You don't find anything like that. When you find what little they had to cook with, you get the impression that they probably had very little out here. You think that a bottle of wine would have been a tremendous luxury to these men?
Do I think?
Sorry, do you
Oh,
think?
were you saying that I thought? Would I think that it would be a luxury to them, or were you stating that it would have been?
Either way, you deduce when going through the things that they were out here with very little means. You feel a sense of pity.
Already did. All right.
Alan Vaughn, do you pity the dead?
Depends on how honorably, I guess, they died.
Did Paul die honorably?
I don't think so.
Noted. It remains the party's turn.
I would like to cast Prestidigitation in an effort to clean up the blood that we left lying around. While Eden and I assume Grint bury the corpse, I'd like to make it not look like a open surgery here.
You do your best to use your arcane helper hand to tidy up after the evidence of daytime homicide occurred here on the road. You do your best to clean up after them, and you turn over fresh soil everywhere that blood had stained the earth.
I'll do it wordlessly, and I assume this will take quite a while, so somebody
will.
else step in.
Are we taking some time to bury a body here in the forest?
Apparently so.
I guess while they're doing that, Ian will kind of just aside to Alan go, "Hey, Alan, look, I think we might be on the same page on this, but I didn't really come out here to just murder people."
No, neither did I.
You seem to be like you're in kind of a position of authority and you know this place. Can you like help me keep Grint from doing that?
I would like to. I tried, but didn't seem to work very well, did it?
I think
I
we're
think that
probably
he
gonna have
only
to like
listens to
really
Tierney, and
okay. But I think
only
Tierney
little.
probably.
Huh?
I think Tierney probably listens to you a little bit. So maybe if we can get Tierney on board with Operation Turn Off the Murder Blender on people that we think might not be so bad, or give him option,
Yeah.
give to keep us out of these kind of situations is probably the best thing we can do, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
You said you were from around here, right?
Yeah.
So like,
I mean,
do you think
Cormier's
they
a
were?
big country.
I mean, do you think they were that was like actually Cormirian military?
Well, they have a Cormirian flag hanging, and their armor seemed to be Cormirian as well. So I can assume that they weren't lying. Not to mention, he said if we decided to pass without paying, that they weren't going to come after us anyway. So, you know,
To be fair, people say a lot of things, but I mean, those
True.
people seem like maybe if they are.
Yeah, but if they were just out here collecting money for themselves, don't you think that they'd be living a little better? Or don't you think that they would have a little, something a little more lavish? I mean,
Yeah, I'll be honest. I found like 2 gold here, and it
Yeah.
didn't really seem right to take it. But yeah, it doesn't seem like they had much.
exactly.
So maybe it'd be better to work with those kind of people than the kind of people we've been working with so far, if the opportunity arises. And you probably are the person who could make that happen.
You're not wrong. You and I will talk later in private.
Okay.
You conclude burying this body in a shallow grave on the side of the road. You turn dirt over the body and you realize that less than a foot below the earth, there is a headless body. Trees grow around it, and you are somewhat comforted by the fact that you know that foliage will soon overtake this shallow grave, Eden.
All right, so let's get everybody together. Before we head back into town, I want to discuss what we're going to be doing with the money. Because I assume that the entire point of this exercise was to turn the head in to the mayor.
We'll be arming ourselves for the difficult battle ahead.
I am willing to bet my share that we are not getting 1,000 gold out of this.
Oh, for certain.
Oh, really?
When you say things like that, it makes me less confident. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm willing to bet my share that we're not getting 1,000 gold.
Well, whatever transpired here, I think our path is pretty clear. Does anybody have any disagreement? It seemed like a lot of people had a lot of things to say there.
I think that Grint went in with it. It went in on it without really thinking about it. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not okay with it.
We talked. I gave him a chance to explain himself.
Well, I'm going to just throw this out there. We're in a dangerous place, and there's a lot of competing groups that are here, and the ones we're working with so far that seem to keep stiffing us and putting us into horrible situations are probably opposed to the group that we just did that to. So maybe if we could work with that group, the Cormirian people in the future, that might be a little easier, better, definitely easier on the conscience.
I have quite a recruitment pitch, let me tell you.
I'm just saying we're going to get screwed by this end. And if we keep working with them, you're just going to get screwed harder and faster.
We're getting screwed by everybody in this land. It's a lawless land, and nobody's a hero here, including us. That much is clear.
What's clear is that you have a very negative outlook on everything.
I just see what I see. We got shaken down on the road.
We didn't get shaken down at all.
We got a
Oh.
little shaken down.
Did they ask us for gold? Did they approach us with a tactical advantage? Did they vaguely threaten us? Did they have weapons?
Were their swords drawn? Did they advance on us
I had my back
before
to
we
it. I don't
advanced on
know.
them?
They were
Yeah.
poor bandits, very clearly. Probably a tragedy of what happened to this nation, but bandits nonetheless.
I mean, when you consider the kind of person who normally goes through this road, you have to assume that their attitude is very defensive. And unfortunately, today we served them right.
Many bandits are not just evil men out there to chop people up. Many bandits are at the end of their rope. But yet they shake people down for money and threaten them with their lives.
Not to mention, he said that he's been out here for years. I don't see any sign of him collecting a significant amount of money over the years. What's probably happening is that the Zentarum are not able to get into the town because I don't know whether they're intimidated or what it may have been. But the mayor clearly wanted him gone for a reason, and it wasn't because he was negating him from getting money.
That's probably right. I think the mayor probably wanted him gone by us because his men didn't have the stomach to do it.
Yeah, because the guy wasn't that bad.
Maybe. He's not that good either. Either way, this is the outcome we do have on our hands.
Well, we still have a choice. We don't have to turn the head into the mayor. He good as promised that he would replace him with somebody that we have to assume would be friendly to the Zent.
Unfortunately, I think the ships maybe sailed. Like, that's going to happen regardless of what we do. So, I mean, at least we should probably try to get something out of this.
I can agree to that. Although what I think now is that exactly what you said. The Zentarum are going to set up shop here, and they're going to start taking a tax for people to come into the town. So in all reality, we just did ourselves a disservice.
I'm neither on the Cormyrean side nor the Zentarum side here. We have a job to do here. We are now in the situation where we're in possession of the head, for better or worse. Whatever people think about this, fine, whatever. We have the head. We should turn it in for the gold, and we should probably not do a lot of jobs for this mayor.
Yes.
I will not do any more jobs for this mayor.
Feel free to excoriate him at your leisure. However, after we get our money.
Hey,
Which we should be very careful about how we, really go about this, because, like, for all we know, they're just gonna try to do the same thing to us as we did to Paul as soon as we try to turn this in. I doubt the guy has 1,000 gold just to bandy out for.
I don't think they have any reason to attack us.
That big.
And
1,000
also-
reasons.
Also, these people have been following us for the entire journey we've had. I don't think that if they wanted us dead, we would be in this position.
I'm just saying, let's be careful. We were promised a lot of things in the very same manner at the start of this journey, and we haven't got any of that. So,
I'll be honest.
this the paper I picked out of that ship counts as our supplies.
The concerns on my mind now are more than just this tragedy of a boy acting like a bandit and this perfidious mayor who's manipulating us to our ends. If we can get the gold, we walk out of here with horses, hopefully, with armaments, hopefully. We walk into that temple and we take the artifact. And what we do with that is our discussion, but understand there are greater things happening.
I just want to see those greater things and not get shanked turning in a head.
Shall we go?
hey,
Sure.
Anybody else have anything else to say?
Have we reached a quorum, all party members? As you wish. And you're heading where?
Back to town,
Mayor's.
straight to the mayor's office.
Straight to the mayor's office?
Without tarry.
well, while they're walking, Grint is gonna turn to Eden. He's gonna go, so, can I get some of that healing stuff?
Never.
Oh, really? 'Cause
Never.
This shit burns like crazy. I gotta say, though, great idea, right? Like, they come at me, we group them all up, and then you just... Oh, it's fucking great.
When cosmic justice comes for you, I will stand aside.
Oh, good. I want to take them on myself.
Poor lad.
You arrive back here in Dawngleam It is roughly 2:30 p.m. Feel free to arrange yourselves as you see fit. We're on party initiative right now.
Ian's gonna pull up next to Eden and just say, "Hey, he does have a moral system. I swear, it's there. You just have to work within it."
He might have at first, but he seems to have lost it somewhere along the way.
I think it's like a thing where like he has to, like they have to accept fighting him because he said he'd never kill me, and I kind of believe him.
Has
I
he ever
sure
told
as
you
heck-
what he dreams about? Do you think he dreams about anything other than blood at this point?
I'm honestly curious.
I haven't asked him. I'll be honest.
I am ignoring this gossip sesh, and I'm walking toward the mayor's house. I'll nod to the same guard again.
You do so. He looks weary, like he's been standing on guard duty for quite some time. He moves in a very human way, contrapposto, shifting his weight from one to the other.
I do not envy his job.
You don't.
So, Grint kind of like, as he walks by this guard, he's kind of like displaying like the fact that he's covered in blood. You know, he's like, "Oh, jealous much?" And he just keeps walking on by him.
You are a paragon of war, and you inspire both fear and envy in the hearts of men who simply wish they could swing their sword like you do.
Before they go in, Ian's gonna kind of pause at the gate and look around to see if he can spot like any additional guard, or is it just the two that are obviously posted here?
Roll perception.
Just a 9.
Roll insight.
Even worse. A 4.
You only see 2 guards. In your estimation, that doesn't seem like many at all. Grint Grommel, you astride the mayor's office, is that right? You walk right in. Tierney Fang, walk right in.
Yeah, well, he's following up behind Tyranny.
Tierney, you walk in. Ray is eating something different now. He's eating ham with his bare hands.
Oh, that is fantastic. Grint just like drops the head right on his desk. Just like shakes it, just like right next to his dinner.
I'll nod.
You do so. It rolls about 6 inches. Ray bristles momentarily, and then as he makes eye contact with the head and realizes who it is, he says, "Ha! Amazing! I didn't know if you'd actually do it. The Baron was right. You are men of your word. And fine.
And are you a
adventurers,
man
too."
of your word?
I am. I believe you're owed 1,000 gold. Is that correct?
That is
Aye.
correct.
Ray is soft around the middle, and it takes him a moment. He leans forward and reaches for something under his desk. You hear him open a drawer. He bangs around a little bit. The head stares lifelessly at him on his desk.
He's gonna kind of turn away and keep his eyes on the door.
I'm going to stare directly at this man.
You hear a bang, and he says, "Ow." He pulls.
I'm going to
Go ahead.
whisper to Grint. He's soft.
He pulls 2 heavy burlap sacks. Each of them looks like it weighs many pounds, and he has to pull them up using his weight to get them on the table. One immediately tips over, and a few gold pieces fall out. He says, "You'll have to leave the head, though." "Not a problem, I'm sure."
I have
What do you
no.
plan to do with it?
He has a meaty smile Alan, he looks at you. What would you do with the head of those who have wronged you?
How did he wrong you?
Hold on. Do I have the gold?
The gold is on his desk. Yes, you can
I would
take
like
it.
to pick up the gold. Now Alan can go off.
You pick up a heavy bag of gold.
Oh, you need a hand with that. Hey.
Ian's gonna
There's 2 bags. There's 2 bags.
look.
There's 2. I'll give you one.
Ray,
Ian's gonna look over there and just under his breath. Just no fucking.
I'll
way.
take a step back now, Alan. I'll gesture.
quite simply, apparently he did enough wrong to you as well. You returned with his head. What do you care what he did wrong to me,
No,
you, to anybody? He's
No.
dead.
I did not return with his head. The others did. I
Do you not want
to
some
know
of the
what
gold
he
then?
did to you.
I'll elbow Grant.
The internal workings of your organization don't concern me. I'm just thrilled that you did as I asked.
I did not do as you asked.
And
What
yet,
did he do to you? Why did you have us kill him?
he charged tolls to enter my city.
Okay.
I'm here. I represent the people. Paul McBill, tomorrow rest his soul, I suppose. Unfortunately, there's not much he can say in his defense anymore. Ray prods the head. It rolls slightly on the desk. Says, unfortunately, Paul doesn't have much to say in his defense.
You are a greedy, fat little man. One day you will stuff your face so full that you will just kill over.
He looks unimpressed by your threat. In case nobody told you, we all die. Me choking on a bone, you choking on your, what would we even call it? Arrogance? I don't know. Either way, enjoy the gold. Spend it in great health.
I will.
You're doing a bit better than our friend Paul here, thankfully.
God damn.
Hey, Grant, you really like killing people, don't you?
I like fighting.
Well, this little fat man likes to fight.
Oh, he didn't look like it. Looks like he was fighting with that turkey leg earlier.
He stuffs his face with ham. He seems incredibly uninterested.
We should take our leave.
I would imagine you should. I must say, though, it was wonderful doing business. People rarely live up to their expectations. It's always good to meet a sellsword that is not afraid to get their hands dirty.
And you too, my friend, live up to expectations.
My hands are filthy, and Grant wipes them on the guy's desk.
All right, let's go. We're making a scene.
Okay.
You feel like you are making a bit of a scene.
We need to get out with this surreptitiously.
Yes. I'm going to eye up the group,
To the boat.
and I'm going to hand Eden the bag of gold.
Eden takes it and then immediately just like whoop, like
And you
lets
conceal
it fall to the
this.
ground. Can I what?
Can you conceal this? I noticed you cast a spell of secrecy before.
On the boat, you mean?
During our last encounter.
That's without trace.
Unfortunate. Right. Unfortunately, I'm exhausted at this point, having tried to fight the gears of violence.
Then I will turn to Ian next. Ian, my friend. Are you of hardy enough stock to conceal this?
Let me think about that. I have a mechanics question. Can I reduce a sack of gold?
Let me read the spell description.
lasts a minute though, so it might not.
How much does each bag weigh?
About 60 pounds. Heavy.
I'm too weak for this shit.
I see no reason why you couldn't reduce it. It does only last a minute, but yes, you can. It doesn't specify a weight or a numeracy of objects or anything like that. So yes, you can cast a reduce spell here.
We're probably more than 2 minutes away from the boat, though, right?
It's about a 10-minute walk through Dawngleam. Not that anything bad ever happens to people walking through Dawngleam with giant bags of gold.
I'm not. I don't really know what I have that could be helpful here.
I can carry both.
I can make him invisible.
I don't want to be
Can
invisible.
you?
I can make Grint invisible, and he can carry the gold.
Can you make yourself invisible?
I can indeed.
Why don't you make your way to the boat, and we escort Grint?
Why?
Just makes sense, no?
No, it doesn't.
What would you prefer? Which one of us should be invisible?
I make Grint invisible while he carries the gold, so the gold is also invisible.
You want him to carry both?
Correct.
Ah, very trusting. Let's do that then.
You know, weirdly, I do trust Grant.
Thanks.
Yes, in a weird way.
Grint is nothing if not a man of his word.
Dependable.
It's predictable.
I very, very much hope so.
Let's step out of the office and see if we get accosted first.
Why don't we? Yeah.
And I will pantomime the guards outside.
What do you mean you pantomime the gardens outside? You doing
You know, they're standing there with their halberds.
right?
So I'll like stand up straight and look like I'm holding a halberd and look tired to indicate to the
You-
party what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, yeah.
The first line that we have to cross.
Ian's gonna walk out and approach the guard that Grint has been pestering.
He looks vaguely pestered by Grint. He is
Prepare to be pestered further.
He's wearing a helmet and you can't see his eyes easily, but he seems to size you up. He doesn't say anything, seems to have the dimensions of what you assume to be a human male underneath the armor.
Hey, can I bug you for something like real quick? And then as he's like talking, he's gonna kind of walk to like his side to try to make him face away from the door.
Roll persuasion.
Yes, roll it.
14.
He turns to look at you. He says, yes. His
I
voice
mean,
is muffled.
You probably know this by now, right? I'm sure you know all kinds of stuff. We're pretty new to town, and like went to this one tavern, and it was fucking creepy. Do you know like a good place we could actually stay, like for cheap, you know? And he's kind of like he's kind of hamming this up, hoping people sort of get the idea that like, hey, I'm distracting this guy.
You get the impression you asked a question that is salient to this individual. Where does he drink? Where would someone like him stay when he needs to? You have a brief conversation back and forth about this as he offers you a bit of salt of the earth wisdom on where he would stay if he had to.
And out of curiosity, what was the actual answer he would give as far as a tavern goes?
The Black Steed.
Okay.
Feel free to file that away.
I'm going to look eagerly at Grint and Alan.
Where are you guys currently at? Because you guys are still in the thing.
You're still
you're
in
right.
the
Oh,
you're
wait,
still
well,
in the
we're
office.
st-
You're
I
standing.
believe we're standing like on the steps, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I hope to be on the threshold.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I was wondering.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, agreed. Thank you. Go ahead. You
You're
were saying.
welcome.
Yeah.
So as Grint walks outside, like the moment he goes to, like once he is out of view of the mayor, so the door closes, I will cast invisibility on him. It lasts up to 1 hour. It is concentration, so I am going
Hold on.
to...
Right before you cast it, I'm going to hold up a finger. And I'm going to hold a finger to my lips. And I'm going to cast Subtle Spell Invisibility on Grint.
Oh, okay, so I don't have to use mine.
Right.
Got it.
Grint Grommel,
Yeah.
you are invisible, holding 1,000 gold. You can act surreptitiously. Go ahead, and this will take about 15 minutes for you to do this, and nobody has any way of really keeping tabs on you. Can you type in your character chat, where do you stash this gold?
If you'd like, well, there's only one thing about this, and that is that Grant won't be able to stash it without Tyranny's help, because he would like to put it in that lockbox that they have a key for. That's where Grant would like to put it, just for now.
My man.
You'd have to address
Not running
this
off with it.
with Tierney, I suppose.
Yeah.
Even though invisible, he's right next to us. He could tell us.
You can have that conversation. You can be invisible but talk.
Well, Grant already said we should go to the boat, so Grant is going to begin moving towards the boat. And I imagine, since they know he's there, like, they could follow the jingle of the coins.
That's what I was thinking too.
I see. Is the party going there following the auditory cues
Yeah.
from Grint?
I'll stand next to Grint. Like, I'll walk next to him so I can hear exactly where he's walking.
I will walk on the other side of Grint, loudly shuffling my feet.
You make a bit of a ruckus.
A little bit.
Grint, roll D100.
$27.
Noted.
I
You
don't like these D100 rolls.
find yourself somewhere. Somewhere terribly familiar. You find yourself on the deck of Sparrow, docked here in Dawngleam.
Now that we're here, do you guys think that we should at least take some of this with us on our adventure?
The gold?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
I'm immediately going to look where I saw the people watching us on the dock, the fishermen, fisher people.
You know, we did not. We
That's
did
still
not
on my docket
investigate
for
this,
today. Yeah,
this
that's still
gold.
in my mind. Oh,
I know
the
we
gold.
have a bag of gold, but we didn't count it. Not that we. I mean, it's 1,000, but we didn't count it, and we didn't check to see it was actually gold.
If it's not,
If
there's
it's
going to be a
not,
problem.
Yeah. But can we check that?
Let's go below deck.
Yeah, let's bring it below deck.
Let's also not tell anybody on board what we have.
I don't think they're on board anymore. I think they've been gone for a while.
Just to
There
make
was-
that clear.
There was a murder here. They did murder one of their good friends.
Indeed.
Tierney Fang, roll perception.
$27.
You always feel watched now.
Ain't that the
Damn.
truth? No, it's the truth. All right, let's go below decks. I would like to lead the group all the way downstairs, and I would like to make note of if the captain's doors are open.
The captain's door was open. But you hear no one else here on board the ship.
When we get to the bottom, I'm going to drop the invisibility, and I'm
The
going
whole
to press.
ship is a mimic.
Feels like it. I'm going to press
Oh
the
my
key
God.
into Grint's hand, and I'm going to say, "I trust you'll check all the gold and count it."
Okay.
And I'm
gonna. Grant looks around. He goes, "I'm gonna level with you. Counting not my forte."
I'll count it with them.
So temporarily, do you think we should each take 100 gold with us and put the rest in the lockbox?
I think we should decide what for the adventurers market we want to purchase. We probably could purchase some horses as well, and some
How much weren't horses like 100,000 gold?
It was
100,000.
130 something. I want to say.
We can
Hold on,
look.
I have the link right here.
Yeah.
The link doesn't have the horses, I don't think.
You recall
There's another link.
that a draft horse is 250 gold or thereabouts.
Okay.
How many would we need to haul a cart?
While people decide how we're going to yeah, that's a good question. While people decide this, I'm going to reconnoiter the ship.
What are you searching for, Mr. Fang, besides
Human beings.
anything that lurks in the shadows?
Yeah, I'm searching for things that lurk in the shadows, including but not limited to the crew.
Okay. Let's review some actions here. Tierney Fang reconnoitering the ship. Grind Cromwell being assisted by Ian Kalis with counting gold. Alan and Eden, up to anything?
Yeah, I am going to actually, because I have not done this yet. I am going to go to the middle deck here, towards the captain's chamber end, and where Rel was sleeping, and I'm going to do detect magic.
We'll resolve that in just one moment. Eden?
If Alan's open to it, I think Eden will follow her.
Well, you're like my little baby. Come on with me.
You cast Detect Magic. You sense something. From around you, you sense every plank of the ship, every single rivet, every connector holding it together seems at least vaguely magical to you. Magic surrounds you.
This is going to be incredibly eye-opening, and I'm going to have a frantic look on my face and run to Tierney.
You run to Tierney, who is in the middle of investigating the ship. Tierney, roll investigation.
10.
You conclude something, Tierney. There's no one on the ship right now. You sense that you are alone here with the party as Alan Vaughn runs up to you.
I put my hands on your shoulders, and I kind of not shake you, but very frantically like wake up kind of thing. We need to evacuate the ship and speak privately.
Let's.
I will go collect the others. If you take Eden off the ship, I will meet you. Where do you want to meet?
Out of town.
Let's do it.
There's an inn to the west, I believe.
Okay.
We do need to resolve the whole gold thing before we
We're
leave
going
the
to.
ship.
We're gonna take it. We're gonna take it, and I will cast invisibility on you and again.
Well, first, let's have some counting. So I believe Grint is in charge of the counting, and Ian is assisting him. Is that correct?
Yes, he's the assistant accountant.
Describe your methodology for accounting for 1,000 gold.
Stacks of 10?
Seems sensible.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that could work.
100 stacks of 10. Fair.
Yeah.
Roll intelligence.
Which one of us?
You.
God damn it.
We'll get to Ian in 1 second.
$10.
Ian, roll intelligence. You're going to audit this.
$15.
998, 999, 1,000.
When they get to 1,000, Ian's just gonna. I can't believe it.
What was that about your share?
I mean,
Just laugh.
Friendly.
Oh, I'm just fucking with you.
Okay.
I'll make my way down to the bottom deck there.
Hey, Grant, technically, I beat just as many people as you did in that fight, if you think about it.
You what?
I beat just as many people as you did.
How you reckon?
Well, you got one, I got one.
What do you mean you got one?
He
got
surrendered.
none.
He surrendered to me.
Zero. He surrendered.
Yeah, I
That's
beat
'cause
him.
He saw I chopped the fucking guy's head off.
That
That's
was
why he
that was
surrendered.
that was before.
Oh,
I had
wouldn't
the
before
drop
you.
on him before.
God damn it.
I'm just saying it counts, right?
It doesn't count. He got away. You let him get away. That's what I saw.
I had complete control of the situation. That's a victory.
No. It's not the same.
Well, just something to think about.
Oh, I'll
You
think
can win.
about
You
it.
can win without the head chopping. Is all I'm saying.
Sorry to intrude on you, gentlemen. We need to leave. What I would suggest is putting the bags of our newfound metal into the chest that we can lock. And Grint, if you're able to carry that, that would be great. I think it'd be nice for us to have that with us on our
The
journey.
whole chest?
If you can carry it.
Well, I mean, of course I can. Of course I can carry it. So Grant would like to try and carry this chest.
You could carry this lock chest, but it's very heavy. You sense that you would...
120 pounds just with the gold alone.
It is awkward, heavy. You sense that you could maybe do this at a quarter speed, and you'd be functionally useless while doing anything else.
But, I mean, if I...
But you could do it.
You could do it if you had to.
Yeah, I could, but I don't think it's tactically sound to put all your gold pieces in one chicken basket.
Alan,
Mm-hmm.
while plumbing the immediate geography to think, is there somewhere that would make a good safe house or somewhere good to convene, you wonder if the Dongleam Historical Society might make for a good safe house.
I ponder that. I am right now urgently ushering our friends off of the ship.
Well, I have an idea. If we're gonna go back out, and probably assume people looking at us, like watching us, right? Why don't we take like those bags, put the gold in something else, take the bags, fill them with like ballast or some shit, so people think that that's what we're carrying, and then we just like go somewhere else with them. I'll bury them or something. Maybe nobody's the wiser.
I have
Bury
a question.
fake bags of gold.
Is there a higher denomination than gold? There's not. Okay.
Probably not here.
You've heard of people exchanging platinum pieces at higher denominations than gold, but you've never seen one in real life.
Fair enough.
Anyways, we have to go immediately. So Tierney already has Eden, and they are getting off of the ship. And
Why are we going?
we'll
I was
talk.
gonna eat something to eat.
Yeah, we're gonna talk soon, but we got to go now.
Okay, just
Oh.
real quick, empty the gold into your backpack and give me the bags.
What?
We're gonna make it seem like we're putting the gold somewhere else. I'm gonna take the bags. I'm gonna fill them with stuff. Okay,
Ugh.
and then
I think that's just gonna draw more attention. Why don't we just put the gold in our backpacks and go?
Yeah, let's split it
Okay.
up.
fine.
Before they leave the ship, I think Eden will very quickly look to see if the contraband is still there, where they hid it.
It is. It is still there.
Maybe we should take that too.
All right, I will impatiently wait on the top deck for my compatriots to arrive.
I'm just ushering them off. I'm not thinking about that. So Eden is the only one.
Okay. Ian will get ushered.
Oh, Eden is still below deck, and I was supposed to get him. Let me collect Eden.
Eden will be collected. He'll leave the contraband there because he doesn't really understand why they're hurrying away.
Now, Eden. What you don't know can't hurt you.
That's why I try to know everything, Mr. Fang.
God, I love that delivery.
A word to the wise, Eden. When you're involved in a criminal conspiracy, the less you know, the better it is.
But that's how you end up being used by people above you.
All right, can we all say that we have exited ship?
Abandoned ship.
You find
Abandoned
yourselves.
ship.
You find
Abandoned
yourselves
ship.
here on the deck.
I'll nervously glance around and look for people watching us, like fishermen.
You nervously, furtively glance around. You see nothing particularly out of the ordinary, but the sense of this rises up your spine. You can't lose the idea that there's somebody following you, and you find as your foot touches the deck here, you have a brief bout of concern as you wonder, wait, did my necklace just tighten? And no, it did not. But you feel like it could have. The feeling sticks with you. It's still the party's turn.
So what?
Let's get. Okay, so as we're exiting the ship, can I roll perception to see a place that is vacant?
Or you could lead us to your place.
Yeah, but I don't want to have that conversation until we're in a place that's private.
No roll required. Looking around, you see nothing here to listen in on your conversation.
Okay. And we've put the gold pieces at this point into 2 different people's backpacks, and we're solid with that.
I think it was just Grint's.
Yes,
We were able to.
I have it as, let me just make sure I have this correct. I have all 1,000 gold free, so to speak, inside Grint's backpack. Is that right?
Okay.
And
Yeah,
Grint
that's fine.
was going to suggest, though, that we split it up evenly between everyone right now.
We're gonna need to wait until we get somewhere safe to do that. But yeah, we can do that.
All right.
Right now, you're Jingles.
Grint, this is a heavy load, but you can do it.
All right.
I'll lean in close to Alan and I say, "Do you know where we're headed?"
I do know where we're headed. So two things. Everybody, come in close, but don't breathe on me too much, please.
We're doing this off the ship, right?
We are off the ship.
We're a step off the ship on the docks.
I would say I would want to be at least 100 feet away from the ship before I would start conversating.
Okay.
We will say you are down the pier.
Take the banner, Alan.
All right. One quick second before we do anything. I want to do detect magic again.
You cast Detect Magic around you on the pier. You reach out, trying to feel pieces of the weave as they slip through your fingers. You detect nothing particularly magical around you except for your personal affects and the affects of your party.
Got it. Perfect. Okay. With that, I feel at peace enough to disclose information. So I have a contact here in Dongleam at the Naturalist Society. I feel that may be a place we can go and have a safe haven temporarily. The other thing that is very concerning, and why I asked that we all leave the Sparrow, is that the entire ship is weaved together with magic. The entire ship is magic.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, Tierney, didn't you? Did you not? Tierney, did you not?
That's not the only thing.
Oh, is there? Because like I mean, it drives itself, right? The sails move by themselves. Yeah, of course, it's magic, right?
Of course, but I didn't know if it was just the sails. I had theories, but with the entire ship being constructed of magic, that doesn't sit right with me. We could be listened to every ounce of what we say.
Let's go to the safe house.
You think the captain's a wizard?
I don't know if it's him or the Baron or one of the crew members. I
only a
don't know.
wizard at bar tricks.
Let's go to the safe house.
Let's do it.
So we've got a magic boat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
So the Naturalist Society, whereabouts are they in Dongleam? Are they far from the market? Should we stop at the market first? What do we think?
The Dongleam Naturalist Society is, and you've never been there, you simply know where it is. It is south near the lighthouse along the coast. It is the opposite direction in Dongleam from the market.
Okay. Well, the direction of our destination, is it towards the society or is it away from the society?
What is your destination? I don't follow.
We got to go to the Oh no, because we have to sail to the other place, don't we? We were supposed to pick the guy. Oh no, never mind. The to go get the quill.
I think we'd have to go overland for that.
Yeah. So is it in the direction of that destination or is it in the opposite direction?
The Temple of Athander is about 2 days to the north. It is well outside the city. So this is all happening inside of Dawn
Oh,
Gleam.
okay. Got it. I just didn't know if it was going to be within our path, so that's fine. So yeah, so we'll go there, and then we could always trek out to the market. Again, that shouldn't be a problem.
It's still early afternoon. You feel that the world is your oyster today. Possibilities are endless, and yet still somehow diminishing with every passing day.
I will lead the party to the Naturalist Society. Do I know the name of my contact?
You do. Would you like it to be private?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. You arrive. The Dawn Gleam Historical Society is a small building. It is one story, but that story rises amply. You wonder if it has high ceilings on the inside. There is a small chimney on the roof, a small smokestack, and there is a thin curl of black smoke emanating from it. All the windows look closed and dim.
I'm messaging you a couple questions.
It's the party's initiative. Let me know if you have any questions about the... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'll go to knock on the door.
You knock on the door. The entrance, I'm not sure if you can see it with how I have this fog of ward, but it's on the southwest corner of the building on the west face. Do you see the door there? Exactly. Thank you. Yes. You knock on the door. You hear your knock echoing on the inside. The door is slightly, just a couple degrees ajar.
I'll kind of look back at the party a little puzzled, and then I will open the door slightly to peer in.
You peer in. You see something. A small foyer room. It looks dusty in here. You see cobwebs in the corners of the ceiling. And there's a large, clear welcome sign stenciled on the wall here, inviting you to enter the Dawn Gleam Historical Society. On the table, you see a mass of pamphlets.
I will move into the building and proceed further on to try and find my contact.
Is this a chair that's knocked over?
It is a chair that's knocked over. It's sitting on its side. It appears to be intact. It's not missing any legs or anything like that. Alan Vaughn, if you choose to traverse through this building, you see a door on the eastern side that is closed.
I'd like to see if there's a layer of dust on this chair.
There is.
I'm going to grip my staff tighter.
Eden looks at the pamphlets.
You look at the pamphlets. This is what you find, Eden. It seems that there are 3 exhibits. This pamphlet is dated October 1372. There are 3 exhibits currently in this building. One, you read with great joy, is called Engineering the Underdark. It says, many societies and civilizations have attempted to establish footholds in the massive underground caverns known as the Underdark. Come see the newest techniques for establishing civilization in caves deep beneath the surface of Faerun. You see a blurb for a second exhibit. This one truly catches your eye, Eden. It says, History of Cormyrian Mining. You can't picture a purple dragon without gleaming steel armor, can you? The great forges of Cormyr have been integral in keeping the peace in this land for generations. And the ore for those forges is from mines just beneath your feet. See how modern mining techniques have changed the landscape. There is a blurb for a third exhibit. It is called Blood War, Beyond the Plains. It says, the forces of order and chaos battle all around us. Where you are standing right now, a devil and a demon could be tearing each other to shreds. Is a Baylor's blood splashing on your face right now? Learn more.
Are they all dated the same?
They are. There is a pile of them, and they are all dated October 1372.
What is the date?
It is
April.
1372.
Oh, okay. So they're new. Okay.
no. We're April 10th, 1376.
1376.
Ah, yes. My fault.
When was the last time you were here? Or heard from your friend?
So it's just someone that I've heard of and know in passing, but I've never actually been to the Naturalist Society. I'm going to take a peek further here and see if there is anyone here. If there's not, then, I mean, by all means, we can just set up shop here temporarily and move on. Especially with the dust I'm seeing in this entryway. It doesn't seem like anyone's come around. So if nobody's in here, then free game, I guess.
I'd like to latch the door behind me. And does the door swing out or into the building?
The door swings out. You could still brace it by using either your staff, or you could break down this chair. If you wanted to bar it, you could.
Could I just angle the chair so it's like angled onto the latch? Not that it's going to be a great brace or anything, but buy us a few seconds.
I know what you mean, and yes, you can. You set up the door to add just a little bit of impediment and would certainly alert you to anybody trying to push in the door behind you.
Exactly.
This soothes you deep inside, Tierney. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Ian was going to comment. Guess we should take down the welcome sign.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest maybe we should look for an alternate entrance, but I guess we're gambling on this one.
Does anybody have a light spell?
I do.
I can use prestidigitation too.
I got light. I got your light covered.
Let's produce light and clear this place.
Sounds good. I'll move on. I'll take the first steps into the next room.
Grant, you want to come inside?
Yeah, sure.
The door is hard to pull on, Alan. It feels stuck. Do you pull harder?
Yeah.
Yes. Ian will cast light on his dagger and hold it out. Then he'll offer it to Alan if she wants it.
You do so. You cast a light on your dagger, and it gleams with pure white light. Alan, you pull on the door a second time, harder this time. With a sudden rush, the door opens. The air inside feels very still, like no one's been here in quite some time. It's dusty and feels very quiet. You see a number of things. This small exhibition space has 3 exhibits. 2 of them seem geology themed. The museum smells faintly of sulfur and smoke. There's a gray, sooty layer of dust on every horizontal surface. Let me know if you have questions about any of the exhibits.
I do. The exhibits. I see that we have pieces here. Are these actual beings that were preserved, or are they not?
Which are you looking at? You can mouse over them and it may give you more of an indicator. This illithid seems to be made out of paper mache. It is leering over a small dwarf holding a crossbow.
Okay. What about this thing here in the middle?
A display case. It is hard, solid glass. From inside, from outside, you can see what appears to be an apple cast in gold in the middle. There is no artist statement identifying what this is.
Can I roll an Arcana check on it?
You can.
Is the dwarf a dwarf or a Durgar?
It's a dwarf.
I'm going to use my second talisman pact of the day. 14 is my total.
Whatever it is, it doesn't seem magical. You're not completely sure, but nothing rushes out to you as this item gleams with the weave. Ian, you study the dwarf. It seems to be made as a careful reproduction, far from humanoid, and there is a layer of dust on the dwarf's head, face, and his crossbow as well. The dust itself looks thick, sooty, and white.
Let's say sooty. Can I inspect that and try to determine what would leave that as opposed to regular dust?
You can. You step into
Does
the
it look
exhibit.
like signs of a fire or anything like that? Or
Roll investigation.
an 11.
You rub the dust between your fingers. You feel that you're close to deducing something. It almost seems volcanic, or like something that was burned here. You definitely have a sense that something is odd about this dust. But it seems harmless. It smells, as I said, a bit sulfurous when you rub it between your fingers.
How many windows are there in this building?
There are 8 on the north side and 8 on the south side, but they are long covered up.
So it's naturally dark in this building.
It's naturally dark. You have a bit of illumination from the light sources that you've provided. Ian Kalis' dagger gleaming with bright white light.
Eden might look for mice tracks or rats or other small creatures that might have taken up.
Roll investigation.
I said small critter guy.
13.
You find something. Well, looking for a small critter, you do see something. It seems like tracks. It's hard for you to get an exact count on the number of footsteps or an exact direction, but it looks like someone has walked around here somewhat recently with very small shoes.
Can he roll nature maybe to try to identify?
You've already attempted to investigate. You can tell that whatever it is, it's humanoid. These are boot tracks. These aren't paw prints. These are the tracks of a person walking.
This is a single floor structure, yes?
That's correct.
I would like to systematically walk around the floor using my staff to tap the floor at various intervals to see if there's anything hollow beneath any of the floorboards.
There is something hollow beneath the floorboards. You find it very easily. Tapping around the History of Cormyrian Mining exhibit, you hear what sounds like a open water sound. It sounds like you're hitting some massive metal bladder or something. It's right below the floorboards.
I would like to uncover some more information about this, try and sleuth out what's happening here. Move the rug.
There is no rug. Roll investigation.
11.
You put your head to the floor, trying to hear something. You hear something, the faint sound of rushing water.
There's some water below this.
Well, the exhibit uses water, so it's most likely just for that. Does the water look clean?
It does. The water looks clean blue, clear, fresh.
I will dip my hands in and just see if it is.
It feels cool. You feel it's removing the grime from your hand as it moves with a steady flow.
Does it smell fresh? Like, does it smell like sulfur or anything like that?
There is a faint smell of sulfur throughout the first floor that you can't seem to shake, but this water itself seems normal, clear.
Nice.
Certainly not fresh spring water, but as far as you can tell, it's fresh, potable water.
Yeah. So what I can mention here is that, since the war, I can imagine people don't have much interest in places like this when there's not anything of value for them to come and get. Sure, there's paper mache beings and such, but when there's really no artifacts or money to be had in a place like this, people don't really, I guess, pillage it.
I don't know. This is pretty weird. Like, what is this soot stuff? It's like ash or something.
And
It kind of
somebody's been
smells
here recently.
strange.
I could
Do the
take a
tracks
look
lead
at it.
anywhere?
I have a question. In the mining exhibit, is that like a little hut with smoke coming out of the top?
It is. In the mining exhibit, you see that there are a number of rock faces that have been leaned against the wall to give the impression of a craggy canyon. There's a small tin hut in the center of the exhibit, and a small river of water runs next to it. There's a small circular chimney rising from the hut, and a curl of tiny black smoke rises from it, some of which is directed upward toward the inside of a small, purpose-built smokestack.
Do I know the race of my contact?
He's human.
Is there like a light on inside of this little hut or anything?
Not that you can see.
Eden,
Yes.
this little hut here seems to be one of the only things that is active. Would you mind becoming something small and taking a look inside of it?
How big is this hut?
It is about 10 feet by 5 feet. You see no obvious way into it. There is a door on the front of it, but you figure that could be more of a prop than a functional part of anything. It's hard to tell.
Is it bolted onto the ground? Like,
It would require further investigation.
I guess
Give
Eden
it a
will
shove.
step up into the exhibit and investigate further this little hut.
You look at this little hut. It is corrugated tin, and the front door appears to be held shut by something, potentially even from the inside. It swings outward, but as you pull on it, it doesn't budge. It feels very flimsy. The entire hut seems to be put together very haphazardly. As you get closer, the sulfur smell is stronger.
I guess he'll yank on the little door.
Roll strength.
Seven?
You pull on it, and you almost pull the entire tin structure over. It moves against your hand, and you get the impression that it could be latched shut or something like that as you pull on it.
I have a question. Grant would like to investigate the little tools here: the rope, the shovel, the pickaxe.
You do so. All appear to be relatively desiccated and ancient, except for the pickaxe, which does not have a layer of dust on it and seems to be placed there more recently.
Okay. Grant would like to take the pickaxe, and he'd like to try and wedge the thin bit in the door to try and pop it open like that, if you get my meaning.
I do. Roll strength at advantage.
How's 22 do?
You apply the slightest bit of strength and instantly pop this thin tin door off of its single hinge. In a moment, you realize something. Where the door was, there is someone staring back at you, someone who is just about your height.
Ugh!
It is a small man with a bushy white beard and deep purple skin. He looks out at you and says, "Welcome to the gift shop. Do you want to buy some sort of..." He holds up an iron ingot, some sort of token of your visit?
Grant's like, let me see the iron. Let me handle that.
He hands it to you. It's a well-made iron ingot. You sense immediately the talent of metallurgy that went into producing this object. Now that the door is open, you can see that inside there is a small forge that someone has placed surreptitiously just below the tin hut in this exhibit.
Grant just looks back and goes, "You smelting iron in here?"
I'll smelt anything for a couple gold.
I think we're supposed to meet this guy.
As you say that, he looks up at you. Do you know Barrick?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
You're his delivery people? Or is that too optimistic of me?
Oh. We gotta get the stuff.
He nods and says, "You do. I've been waiting quite some time."
Okay, how do we do this?
Oh, Eden.
Our safe house is not so safe after all.
As you say this, Tierney, you become faintly aware of the 12-foot-tall papier-mâché Baylor that rises over the room and the gray, featureless landscape of the pseudo-Avernus that has been created here.
I'm feeling like this Lemure more and more.
You observe it. You see that this demon is flanked by two lemures, sad, gray, ghost-like creatures. You do feel a bit like a sad, despondent lemure.
A pack beast for greater powers.
The Dwergar looks excited about all of these developments.
So, who wants to go get the stuff? I could go get it.
Were you followed?
Probably.
I was actually looking for somebody else completely.
Whom?
Mr. Parisi?
He tilts his head. One moment. He doesn't seem to have a glimmer of recognition on his face. He admits something. You sense honesty in his voice, Alan Vaughn, as he says, "I set up here because it was abandoned. I don't think anyone's been here in quite some years."
That's what we thought when we walked in. Would you mind if we also set up shop here, just temporarily?
He considers this. "I'll do it if we agree to one thing.
And that is?
A pact of mutual watch. If you see something out of the ordinary, please tell me. If I see something out of the ordinary, I'll tell you. Many people in this town don't like me or my people. I'm trying to keep it under wraps."
I can absolutely agree to that. I think that we can all agree to that. But I don't anticipate that we were followed here. I came on a whim to find a contact, and just so happens that this place is not what it used to be, I guess.
I see no problem with you laying your head here, if that's what you see. I've been smelting here for several years, and no one has as much as knocked on my door.
Well, sounds good. We blockaded the door, by the way. We'll fix that.
That's okay.
Did you hear about why it was abandoned by any chance? I mean, it's kind of a long shot, but
I have theories. I would imagine it's simply a funding thing, as boring as that is. There aren't many patrons of the arts these days in Cormier, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Roll
Can I-
insight. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
can I? So I was about to ask if I can insight. Yeah, I'm gonna use my Tides of Chaos on that to reroll it.
I could tell from the look in your face that you were... Go ahead.
16.
That explanation does make sense to you. It certainly resonates with your sense of common sense.
but does it jive with my ability to decipher if this guy is bullshitting or not?
Nothing reaches out to you as something that would immediately suggest bullshit.
Okay.
Grab a thread and let's pull.
I guess we kind of nod and go, yeah, I get. I mean, I guess, but I would think that if you're trying to hide, you would want to know a little bit more about like what happened, if people were coming back.
It doesn't seem to me that anyone would come back. I don't think there's much to recover here, for better or for worse. Just
Even
solitude.
if they did come back, it would be the naturalists, most likely. So,
Well, also he's got kind of an elaborate setup, and like it just seems weird that nobody would check.
I mean, if they advertise the exhibits around town, and it's just paper mache exhibits and such.
I think we have bigger fish to fry here.
You're not wrong. Yes, we need to get this man his stuff.
Yes.
Yes,
Let's
you do.
Go together outside of this building.
Okay.
Presently.
Okay.
We'll be back.
As you can imagine, I'll wait here.
Shuts the door on him.
Yeah, I'll shut
Like
the
closes
door.
the little door.
I would like to go like this and lead the party back toward town, maybe a quarter mile, and then pull everybody aside.
You convene on a ill-used side street.
Yeah, something like that.
Because this is still in town proper, right?
It sounds it. Yes, you're still inside the town of Dongleam. You simply, just to make sure I understand your intent here, Tierney, you are trying to pull the party aside for a surreptitious meeting somewhere inside the city where you're not being immediately listened to.
Yes, somewhere a little unexpected. And I would like to, quickly dart down the side street, and I would like to furtively look around for anything following or listening, interloping.
Perception. Let's roll it.
15.
Your eyes move from side street to side street. You think you see a fat man, and then you realize it's simply a wagon wheel. You think you see a Zentarum agent, and then you realize it's simply a broom leaned against a barrel. You don't see anybody.
Okay. We're off the boat. We're away from the unsafe house. Let's talk before we finish this day. Alan, you had something desperate to say to us?
I mean, the main thing for me was just that I don't think it's wise for us to stay on the boat anymore. With it being completely made of magic. I mean, magic sails, so be it. But the entirety of the ship being made of magic, that's something that I'm just very uncomfortable with.
Well, that Dorgar is literally a Zen.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, of course he is. And it's not just that.
It just
We've
doesn't
been
seem like
followed
a-
everywhere.
Better option is all I'm saying.
Last night, the fishermen on the dock, for certain, I went over there. Nobody's fish is there. Today, everybody we pass, the mayor gave us $1,000 for killing a teenager. 1,000 coins, sorry. Gave us 1,000 coins for killing a teenager. Did not stiff us. Give us exactly 1,000 pre-prepared coins. Everything about this place is wrong.
We did a really good job.
You're right.
2 guards guarding a compound with thousands of gold in it in a place that has no commerce. Everything about this place is... That ship should have a complement of 40.
But it's magic.
Yeah, so what if when we got on the ship, what if we actually never got to a proper country? What if it's all an illusion?
Yeah,
That would be wild.
Wouldn't you have detected that?
wilder things have passed my
I
imagination.
don't know. Do you have the ability to detect magic, Tierney?
No, unfortunately not. My relationship to the weave is different than yours.
I see.
I don't have the talent. I'll rely on you for that.
Let me see if maybe I can call upon somebody that I know to see if I can get some insight into our headspace currently.
Hope they're slightly more present than your last.
So none of you are real?
Oh, I'm real, Grant.
Grint, we're just throwing
Okay.
around theories. Michael, out of character. I can't remember if it was like yesterday or if it was today that I used my phalange.
You used it earlier today. This is all still the same day. So
I see.
it's currently on cold day. It's still April 10th. It's just now. So last session was sort of the rolling over into April 10th. This is still the same day. It's now about 4:30 p.m.
If I were to try and connect with my genie, is there any other way that I could do it?
You only wish that there was. You have spent years wishing there was a better way. Such is the plight of any warlock.
I see. Okay.
Genuinely, and I'm not genuine a lot, I don't know what is happening in this place. And if you're not terrified, you should be.
No, I am. I mean, nothing seems right. I mean, it's not hectic enough. Like, I expected to come to Cormier and it be, like, crazy. And it doesn't seem like it. It seems mild. But it seems like everybody that is supposed to be somewhere is somewhere that has some sort of relation to something that we're dealing with. And I just think that's a little strange.
You and Ian were accosted the second you stepped off the ship.
We got on a ship. Somebody got murdered. We got off the ship. We got attacked by bandits, and then we killed a guy.
Yeah, but it's not like there's not a lot of commotion aside from us. You
Just
see what I
mild
mean?
is just not the word.
Aren't
Yeah.
they used to it by now?
No, I mean it's mild aside from us. Like, sure, we've run into some things, but looking around the town, I don't see a lot of commotion.
Is
Or
it clear
fight.
to you who's the most powerful in this town? And I'm not talking to
Me?
you, Alan. I'm
Just
talking to
kidding.
everybody else. I'm talking to Eden. Is it clear to you what the power structure of this town is?
Well, it seems governed by the Zent, and they're watching us and shepherding us, so...
The mayor is nobody. He's a stand-in. He's a cardboard cutout.
Yes, he's their tool. That seems obvious.
Where are the Zent? People talk about them. Where are they?
That's a
I
good
don't
point. We're
see
smuggling a
anything but
thing, and
smoke
nobody
and
seems to
mirrors.
give a shit. Anybody.
Well, if the Zent want it, and they control the town, of course they're not going to stop us.
Isn't it odd that we complained about opportunity for so long, and we were given nothing but false promises all the way through, and we do the most minor of tasks and kill a road bandit who was at the end of his rope, and we're given exactly 1,000 gold straight up. We need to get out of this place as fast as possible.
Well, why? I kind of like it here.
I'm going to
Just
raise
come
an
along for the
eyebrow and
ride.
look if anybody's resonating with
I'll
me.
admit, the elk pie, it was a little bit burned. But like other than that, like it's been a great time.
Ian's gonna pinch himself.
I suppose that I'm just not convinced that the Sparrow is not a safe place for us.
Oh, I can tell you, I'm not getting back on it.
What is safe?
Let me ask you about the Sparrow. Where's the captain? Didn't we
Off
take a mark?
drinking
Wasn't the
again.
Zent supposed to inspect the boat? Does anything make sense about this boat? Why do they have ballast? Are they
Why-
expecting to pick up cargo?
Wouldn't have
Maybe it
Alan's
flies,
trusted
I don't know.
friend advised us to get off the boat if
Why
she
does a
thought-
magic boat need ballast?
Well, Rail did indeed say that
So happy about
something along those lines, that everything is not as it seems, or something like that.
But she didn't explicitly warn you against the boat.
She may not have been able to. We were on the boat at the moment. If the boat is magical and it's listening, she wouldn't have been able to.
Well,
Oh, wait. Tierney,
Yeah.
do you have message? Do you have the
Yes.
ability to? Could you message Rail?
Only if I knew where she was.
I don't think that that's how that works.
It is. I'll look it up.
I was gonna say, so out of character, in my other campaign, we use message all the time to send people messages, no matter where they are. As long as you know who they are, we can use it. So I don't know if it's, maybe it's a
All right.
different one, but I'm pretty sure.
Range 120 feet. You point your finger toward a creature within range and whisper a message. So not only do you need to know where
Maybe
the
it's a
person is, they
different
have to
one.
be within a reasonable.
You might be thinking of sending.
Yeah, there's
Sending.
another spell.
Yeah. I was thinking of sending, not message. My bad.
Yep. I can send a message, but my powers aren't vast as a divinator.
Damn. So maybe we go and look for, I don't know. I feel like the best place for us to stay and the safest place to stay may be a church of some sort. I know that the Cormyrian government has fallen and it's mostly bandits, but maybe we can find some solitude in an old church that's either abandoned or, maybe there's some old monastery staff.
I
lingering around.
say we spend this gold and get on the road immediately.
I don't
There's
think
no
there's a
safe
safe
I don't
house
think
in
we
this
should
town.
spend all of it, but
Are we expecting to happen
We-
upon the Omnian merchant guard on our way to the Temple of Lathander?
well, I think that we should save it in case we run into another town where we can buy more food and goods.
Do we expect to run into another town? I don't see one on the map.
Yeah, but we may not end up going back to Sembia, depending upon how our travels go.
I think we're going to have a lot of troubles facing us in the future, and we should marshal our power out of gold and into arms as soon as possible. And horses.
All right. Well, let's.
I agree.
So I had an idea about this as the guy who's
I love great
been
ideas.
carrying some really heavy gold, eh? In the market, they had a bag of holding.
You know, I remember the bag of holding costing exactly the value of what we just got from the mayor. God, everything just lines up perfectly now, doesn't it? Ah,
Yeah, but if we do that, then we don't have the ability to have horses.
Yeah, but this could be better than horses for carrying shit around.
You're not wrong.
What about us, though?
We can walk. You ain't that flimsy, Ian. You're strong. I know it.
For an expediency thing. I'd appreciate the vote of confidence.
Yeah, but we could buy better weaponry too.
Okay. I like things that stab.
It's a good idea. Don't get me wrong. Bags of holding are few and far between.
Grant, I'm very surprised with you. You can't really stab somebody with a bag of holding.
Oh, just let me get my hands on it. We'll have a see about that.
Okay, I regret that comment. So let's all decide together what we think is the best way to spend this money.
I need to get back to the sheet.
I'll send it. I'll put it back in the channel here.
Yes, I think if we do not plan
got
on
it.
having a single safe house, then it makes sense to have the bag of holding because we're basically
I'll
going to
swim
be
in here,
carrying
too.
everything with us that we need.
True.
Let me know if that works, stream.
Well, if that's the conscience of the group, I'm happy to follow it. Whatever we think would be best helpful for our journeys. I don't have to get a weapon. My power comes from within. So it does not bother me.
I don't need a weapon, but I do kind of want to get out of here quickly. And a horse is quicker than I am. Much as I hate to admit it. So that's my vote, but I mean, hey, I'm not holding the gold.
Hopefully we'll
It's so
transmute
heavy.
this gold into things that weigh less. Or maybe don't weigh us down, but
like
maybe
nothing.
have a similar weight.
Like no gold weighs less than gold, I suppose.
Mm,
Why don't we ruminate on it?
In the
Take a
meantime, are we just going to leave that to Dwagar? We're
Let's go
gonna
give him the
leave
stuff.
that-
Maybe he has more gold for us.
you know what?
And we don't have to worry about Barrack being here. Oh.
I'll shrug. I mean, Barrack wasn't going to pay us anyway if we want to do this task.
Right?
It takes us from the state of not getting paid to the state of perhaps not getting paid, which is slightly better.
How much money do we have aside from the 1,000 gold?
A few coins each. Not
We each
much.
had like 22 gold, I think.
I have 18.
Okay, Grant
I
has
have
20.
18 as well.
Gold, I have 22.
So if we got this bag of holding, we would be getting nothing but rations and shoving them into the bag of holding.
We could.
True,
This
but
is
they think
kind
it's
of
the
across the
spoil in
table.
there.
Okay, so this is let's meta this. We could also pick up other things like weapons and armor that might weigh us down, and then take them back to market and sell them. So just saying.
True.
It's the most economical purchase. That's all I'm saying.
Why don't we walk back? And while we're doing the delivery, everybody come up with your ideal expenditure of this 1,000 gold for us to marshal our strength together as a party. And then once we make this delivery, we can decide which plan is best as a group.
And I think what I'd like to do, cut the session there. And I would suggest spending the next week ruminating on your plans and deciding exactly how you see yourself deploying the resources that are suddenly available to you. And we'll pick up exactly where we are right now at around 5 p.m., just as the sun starts to set on April 10th.
It starts to set at 3:30 here.
Damn.
It's depressing.
I would love to do a little post-session debrief. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Then we can
Okay.
hang out and chat if you guys want to hang out and chat.
Sure. Okay, so do you guys want to talk about what we want to do while Michael's gone?
Yeah, I think we could get the bag of holding. I'm a little nervous about what we're going to face.
Is
Yeah,
haggling a
same.
thing?
We could
Tackling
certainly
might
try.
be a thing. So here's what I'm seeing. So I'm looking through these, and there is this Gilded Ivy Circlet, which
Yes.
gives us a 2nd level wizard spell and 1 point in wisdom. I feel like that could be really beneficial. But I
Yeah,
looked through
I
the
was-
2nd
a really good
level
item.
wizard spells, but I just like detect thoughts is a 2nd level wizard spell.
Well, I mean, to be honest, our main problem is we have no idea what the fuck is going on. So something like detect thoughts
Yeah.
could actually be very helpful.
That's what I was thinking. Or like there's see invisibility, like that could be beneficial. There's a lot of different things on here that could be really beneficial. Misty Step, I have that, but other people don't. Locate object, levitate, knock, invisibility, hold person. Like there's so many different things that are 2nd level wizard spells that could be like really, really beneficial to us. The chain of Leviatar.
Loviatar. She's the
Loviatar?
mistress of pain.
Gotcha. Yeah, that it looks like a badass weapon too. So that and the
Although-
circlet, honestly, I think could be very beneficial to us.
Doesn't the chain deal as much damage to you as you do to somebody else?
It says bind pain inflicts 46 psychic damage on both the target and the holder. Yeah, with
Yeah.
no saving throws.
Yeah.
But it's no saving throws. So if we were to give that to like Grint, for instance, because he has a lot more HP, or if any of us don't take psychic damage or have resistance to psychic damage.
There are 2 completely god tier items on this list, in my opinion.
Which ones?
The pair of scimitars +3 are like,
Those are pretty insane.
these are completely insane.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great weapons on here.
They give you basically level
They're-
8 worth of feats for free, and they're
Yeah.
2 +3 glaives.
They're like literally good in anyone's hands. if
like
you have,
this would be
some
like
hits.
level 15 items. It feels
And the
like.
thing about it is I'm very utility based. Like I have like 1 or 2 things that do damage because I wanted her to be more more of a utilitarian. Just because of her background. Like she's not necessarily supposed to be a fighter. Oh man, freaking Ian, we were supposed to have a conversation.
Yeah.
You'll get there.
Damn it.
Be plenty of time for it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
The other is the
Nothing will go wrong next session.
What's the other one?
the frost giant skulls.
The frost giant is
Oh,
insane.
23.
I was
That-
looking at that. Like,
Grin-
man, could
Like
you imagine
Grin,
how
Grin
many
would be worth more
teenagers
than
I could
all of us
decapitate?
combined.
I know,
basically, with
right?
That thing.
I don't know if we'd want to give Grint that much power.
I don't think
Why
thing
not?
about that
Grin
is we
already
would have
has
to
too much power.
We would have to use literally all of our money. Like
Yeah.
all of everything that we've
Exactly.
collected
And I know that like Michael's putting things together in a way where everything is like to the T. So I think that that in itself is, I mean, it's OP, but
I think the best value item on this list is Optimist.
I'm
That's pretty
looking.
decent.
You get +2 to next hit after a miss. Like you basically miss constantly in combat. This is a +3 sword for 400 gold. And Bastard Swords are 2d4, which, you know, is the best one-handed weapon stats. So
Wait, isn't it versatile? Can't you use it in?
it's versatile. You can use it for two-hand. You can use it as a finesse weapon too.
No.
Anyway, I think probably
Lost
Tierney
Strike
will
wasn't
come
bad.
up with a different list of things that he thinks are important. But
Right.
David, if this was a video game, would buy these 2+3 scimitars and feel like a fucking god.
Yeah, I
Who
haven't
would-
really gotten to read over exactly what everything is, but yeah.
Who would use them though? Is the I guess the
Hey.
It
question.
would be Grant.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We have 4 characters in this party that don't really care about loot.
Well,
And one character who's extremely empowered by loot.
well, the only question is like, I guess the only food for thought is it gives proficiency with them also. So like literally anybody that has some dex would be pretty much just as good with them, right?
Can druids use scimitars?
I have
in this world?
decks. I have decks. I have a lot of decks.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe
I
not. I have normal amount. Well, I have a +1.
have a +2.
I mean, you're warlock, right?
Yeah.
Are we
The thing is, I'm
discussing?
utility though, so
We're kind of metagaming though, talking about the loot
a little
openly.
bit.
Please, I think this is a reasonable thing to metagame.
Okay. I thought that the far and away best items were the 2 scimitars and the frost giant skull, and that the best value item was Optimist.
Oh yeah, but this gnomish opacity incensor is or increaser is. I mean that.
It's good,
That's a
but
really
it's
nice one.
it's stuff we can kind of do with brain
We
power.
can, but
right?
at the same time, like when we're going into whatever the thing is called that we have to go to get the quill, I keep forgetting the name of it.
The temple.
Temple of
temple.
Lathander.
Yeah, when we go to the temple though, what if we fail? Like, what if one of us fails? You know what I mean?
I guess we die then. No, this is only 50 gold, so we could just pepper it into whatever we're getting.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like we should definitely grab that.
I think Tyranny will suggest the horses.
I also
But-
think that having horses would be good, but it also brings more attention to us as well. Because they're
We have
loud.
to feed them. It's more supply.
We have to feed them. It's going to be
Well,
more than
they
500
grass.
gold each. Yeah.
Plus, we would have probably a cart as well, which would cost sure.
Yeah, and we have to
Horses
also
don't
go
eat
find
grass.
where we
You're
can get
thinking
there.
of cows, by the way.
No,
Horses don't
well,
eat grass.
Yet they can. Yeah. I have
They graze a little.
a friend. Yeah, they do graze, so it's something. I mean, you would want to give them more sustenance than just that.
Right,
But they
yeah,
do
yeah.
They do graze. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
I
So
did notice there's some issues with like shades of grays as well tonight.
stop
What?
it, you.
What? Wait, what?
He's making a pun.
Ha!
Shades of grays.
That was a good pun for any of you playing at home.
God.
Yeah, that's what I think. Sublingual is interesting, but I think a lot of gold. If you're spending 700, you might as well just spend the 900 and get the two scimitars.
Yeah. I mean, the scimitars could be really useful. I feel like. I don't know. I just don't know who would use the second one. Maybe
No,
Ian.
the
but-
same person
No,
would use
you'd
both.
use them together. They get benefit together.
Oh, whoa, Grint.
Yeah, it would go
I
straight to
can
Grant.
tell you, Grant wouldn't want them. Grant
Wouldn't
Grant
want
does
them.
Not want. No, he doesn't.
'Cause you have your
he
own-
Likes his two-handed. Yes.
Ah, you're a
exactly.
sword guy. Sword guys
That's
always
right.
love their sword.
I know. You sword guys. Always
That's
talking
what I was
about your sword.
referencing.
Yeah, I know. I picked up.
I mean, we could try to pitch in to get him plus some haggling the helmet.
Here's another point. Perhaps once we complete the job for the Dwagar, we may in fact have even more gold to throw onto that pile.
Man, if this fucking Dwergar
possible.
pays us,
Yeah.
We
What
should
a
maybe
fucking
go back
mystery.
in next
Also,
session
I
and
have to say, I love the fucking Dwagar with the welcome to the gift shop. That was
Yeah, that
fucking
was good.
fantastic. I loved it.
Thank you.
I like the exhibits. Those are cool.
Yeah, I like that a lot too, actually. Because a lot of people wouldn't know what a Baylor is or an Illithid is. It's kind of sweet idea.
or Lemire.
Lemure, yeah. Tyranny feels like a Lemure right now. Caught in this fucking blood war.
I liked all the investigation the gang did on that entire place.
All right, Michael. All I'm asking for is a flump. Okay, I want a flump.
You don't want to flump.
I know I don't, but they're so cute.
What is it?
I mean, there's a
Flump.
chance it could happen.
It's like a shitty little
It's like a jellyfish
squid.
thing.
It's
Yeah.
awesome.
If I roll enough ones, there's a chance that they could get summoned.
Yeah.
I used flumps in one of my one shots one time, and they were like, my party was like exiting this big cavernous area, and earlier on they had like seen this family of flump, and the flump were like running out with them, and like the mom flump was like trying to grab her baby flump. It was great. It was pretty awesome.
Could I ask a question about this Gilded Ivy Circlet?
Sure.
We're a bunch of sorcerers and warlocks. This gains 1 second level wizard spell.
It's useful for me.
Are you a
That was
wizard?
for me too. Yeah.
No.
I'm
Like-
No.
So wizard is a metonym for arcane. So if you're a
Yeah.
sorcerer, this is going to be
Gives you a level 2 spell slot. Is that correct?
Yes. Was that your question? Does this also apply to sorcerers, or was it just wizards? Yes. So
And it wouldn't give you a second level wizard spell. It would just give me a second level spell slot. Is that correct?
correct. Did you mean would it allow you to pick an additional spell of which to cast from? It would not. It does not expand your spell book.
Oh,
that's what
okay. I thought that's what it
I
did.
thou it was.
I'm just
yeah.
clarifying.
No,
for
it
everyone.
gives
That's
you
what I
a
assumed.
spell. Yes, perhaps I should rewrite, but it adds you 1 spell slot per day.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it says you can.
Makes sense.
Still pretty
It
good.
says specifically you can memorize 1 additional second level wizard spell. So the way that it's worded does sound like you gain 1 point of wisdom and can memorize an additional second level wizard spell.
It's an additional spell, so I think that's like
Yeah.
Gotcha.
that's like second ed common phrasing. To be honest with you, that's like what that is.
Oh,
But
well, yeah, I wasn't here for that. So
Okay, cool. Makes sense. How much does this thing cost?
Yeah, so
190.
maybe-
It's pretty cheap for what it does, to be honest.
It is very cheap, and it's something you'd basically wear forever.
I mean, if the dwarf doesn't want these 2 like god tier scimitars, then we have no use for them. We can
Yeah.
buy a lot of items. That sounds nice.
Yeah.
does anybody have like resistance to psychic damage or
Nope.
Clearly
Yeah.
not. You see my reaction to the boat, right?
yeah,
Lots of psychic damage has happened to Tyranny so far.
really?
I'm impressed that we managed to not completely split the party when our murder hobo did his murder hobo.
Yeah, it got close, right?
Like they were. Oh, you guys are killing me.
you know, I like to think Grint is
Oh.
far more nuanced. And I feel like Murder Hobo is like it's like something you
He's
say about D&D. that's, like,
yeah. I mean, I'm
really-
just joking. He's definitely much more nuanced than being a murder hobo.
It waited for me to say that they were bandits before killing them.
But he is the most murderous out of all of us, for sure.
Well, yeah, okay.
That's
He's got
true.
a code, though. He's got a code.
He does.
He's
Little
playing
bit
his
of
role. It's tough when everybody's getting upset. It's tough to stick to what your character should do.
Yeah.
For
really
sure.
is.
I
I thought it was great.
I liked how everyone played that. I thought there were some excellent shows of emotion during that. I thought that was an awesome sequence. I also
Question.
I like the question a lot about. I see where you're going with it, with like the psychic damage resistance or something like that. But I'm sorry, what was your question, Steph?
So my question is, there is a private conversation I'd like to have between Ian and Alan. How would you like to play that? Would you want to play that in session, or would you want to have like a one-on-one on one?
Why don't we?
Not a-
Yeah, I mean, I'll just observe. So I've thought about this. Do you guys want to meet for like 10 minutes before next session? How about that? Sounds cool.
Yeah, because
Sure.
yeah, because I
Sure.
wanted to
As,
have a-
as long as it makes sense in the world for when we would do it. Like, I don't want to deny someone's opportunity to eavesdrop or something like that. If there's
it would be a conversation that Alan would pull you aside very secretly for. It would be a situation where she would make sure no one could eavesdrop.
Okay.
yeah, if it makes sense, like physically in the world to do it that way, then sure, absolutely.
Fair.
You kind of get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, which is
I do.
We can't use Discord as like Mordenkainen's magical.
Yeah, I just don't want to be bending the rules of physics to like make it happen, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Magnificent mansion, by the way. That smells awesome.
Yeah, I got to take that out of my thing.
But no, I think that's If both of you are down, I'm happy to proctor a sort of brief pulling of the cloak on the street there. I think that's reasonable. Yeah,
Sure, that's fine. Or if you want to do it and just like a Discord DMs or something, whatever is fine.
Yeah, I mean either or. I feel like if we just had like a chat, that would be fine with me as well, because then things can be. You can really think about what you feel like responding with, you know.
Let me meditate on that too. Let me think if it makes sense to make like a text channel or something like that. But okay, that's cool. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because that's something that I thought would probably come up. Yeah.
Yep, I'm fine anyway.
Cool.
That's all I got. I still want to poison the mayor. I want to give him those mushrooms and shove him down his stupid little fat throat.
Good God.
How much would a cart cost, roughly?
20, 25 gold. Something well made with good wheels.
That's not bad.
Yeah. So
So
like
maybe
the
horses
horse
are-
operation would probably cost about 600 total. Probably we want to get them like whatever horses eat. I guess I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Hey,
Draft horse.
No, you're right. No, they do. There are other sources of sustenance that they eat, but they can graze.
What's some shitty mules? Can you just get some shitty mules? They pull a cart.
I'm sure they would.
I'm not anticipating the Quill of Ogma to be Titanic also.
Not anticipating it to be a what?
Enormous. Like I
Oh,
anticipate
yeah.
one of us could stick it in a bag.
Probably.
Plus, I'm pretty sure the nature of reality is going to wildly change by the time we get to the temple anyway, so...
Yeah. It's very possible.
Fucking 1,000 gold
Yeah.
for killing a 16-year-old.
It's optimistic
What a
to think
joke.
we're going to get to the temple.
We'll get there.
I like the whole line of thinking of like, what if everything's an illusion? That's very funny.
That awkward moment when we give our DM ideas.
Oh, he's had ideas.
I'm sure.
I find the speculation in here to be very cerebral and high quality. So I think you guys are barking up the right tree, for a lack of a better way of putting it. I think when you call bullshit on in-game things, that's smart. When you say this makes no sense, that is a correct instinct. You are progressing exactly as I would love to see you progress. You guys are awesome.
Fucking 1,000 gold. I'm still not over it.
Good.
So insane.
It's a lot of money, isn't it?
I am
For this
both
kid.
surprised by getting the 1,000 gold and that Grint didn't make him honor his bet.
I thought that was coming to you. I thought Grant was going to say, okay.
I just take it all.
Yeah,
Ian would have totally pussied out and been like, okay, sure, man.
I know.
Ruff is so fucking like tactically minded and smart and sharp in real life, and then he's playing like a buffoon in this. It is like a lot harder than
Like,
it looks.
it's a spaz. It's fantastic.
He's absolutely
It's so
spaz.
good,
It's
yeah.
very fun.
He's so spazzy.
Such a good character idea. I never would have came up with that, even though it's really obvious in some ways. I would never think to make that into an adventure, you know?
It's just perpetually in over his head. That's the character.
Eden's just like a baby.
Is he?
I love Eden. I don't know. I guess that's how I take it. Like, I just feel like I need to protect him. Like, I feel like when we were in the tavern and you turned into a wolf and you were all scared and sad, then I was just like, this is my baby.
In some ways, Eden reminds me of my last character. In
Oh,
Skin.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Naive, yeah.
Yeah.
I've thought that too.
My last character was a Warforged artificer who just was not very good at dealing with people at all or understanding
He
people.
was kind of like Johnny Five.
Oh, yeah. That's a really good analogy.
Kind of.
Yeah, I think you can tell Eden's grown up very limited in some ways.
Eden's very sheltered. Which is, I think, an excellent archetype for an adventure. It's sort of a different flavor of being in over your head, not even knowing where the waterline is and being totally unable to fathom, am I in danger? Maybe. You have no frame of reference for that.
Yep.
Yeah, a pretty naive party. It's funny that every fight we get into, we spend like 3 rounds waffling over whether we should be in a fight.
That's
Part of the
I
problem is
love
we
it
keep
so
taking
much.
jobs from like objectively evil people.
Are there objectively good people where we're at?
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
we're having a hard
That's the
time
problem.
figuring that
We're
out.
fighting morally gray people for evil people, so it's like,
Exactly.
I also feel like there's going to be challenges of how much can we take of each other eventually,
Oh, yeah.
especially with Alan and Grint, because Alan is so like, well, I mean, I guess you guys will find out, but she's just, her moral compass is
Too strong.
not too strong. Not too strong.
Well, to like not seek
she'll
conflict.
kill somebody. No, she'll kill somebody, and it's not about the conflicted thing. It's about, it's almost like a what is it? What they say in law, like innocent until proven guilty kind of thing, is her kind of mentality. And without further investigation into how people actually are, like with the guy today, she definitely doesn't feel like we gave him enough time to explain himself without somebody, Grint, just chopping off people's ankles.
I tried to get him to attack me. I like turned my back on him intentionally.
so did Grint. So did Grint.
Well,
I tried to goad him.
that would have given us the opportunity to fulfill the contract and also given us a good insight into his character.
Yeah, but I don't think that he was actually bad. That was the thing.
He wasn't good. He wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Like I can understand you're like a teenager, your country gets conquered, and you're just like angry and extorting people. I get it, but he's also not a good guy.
Yeah, he was pretending to be a soldier who was pretending he wasn't a bandit. He just hiding behind his.
But
I
was
think
he not?
I think there's a pretty decent
could have
chance
been.
that we're going to run into more Cormyrean army remnants that might wonder where
Yeah.
he went.
I think the line between soldier and bandit is very narrow.
Well,
Yeah,
in
it's-
a war-torn country, yeah,
It's like insurgent versus terrorist, right? Depends who the state is.
Yeah, and to Steph's
Well,
point,
the
I really
wrinkle
was
is-
feeling like the resistance angle from them.
Yeah, that's kind of what it felt like, is like, bring back former Cormier kind of resistance.
Yeah. Kind of the wrinkle there is we know that the one half is bad already.
Yeah.
Good chance that maybe the other half is also bad, but
Well, I mean, them shaking us down for money did not instill me with
Exactly
courage.
right. It's like
I would
it's
expect.
wrong. Like they did the wrong thing for the right reason. Kind of
I'm
a
on board
wash.
with you that he's not a saint, but that was a pretty soft shakedown.
Have you
Oh,
ever
I
been,
agree.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree. It was a very soft shakedown.
have you
The
ever
reason
been
why
shaken
Tyr-
down on the honor system before? When's the last time you got shaken down and said, I'm not going to do anything to you if you don't? Go ahead. I'm sorry. You were saying, Dave?
I didn't Tierney and also me out of character did not believe that they're altruistic because when we offered to join them, they did not accept. And it's pretty plain we're adventurers, I think. And also like the resistance needs bodies. They don't need 12 gold pieces.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
mean they were
You're right.
very nationalistic. in a
That's
way.
why I was completely convinced
Yeah,
that they were
and I-
bandits.
They were kind of elitist in that regard, aren't
Yeah, I will say that I really liked Tierney's statement at one point where he says like I'm not here for Sembia or Cormier, and I was like, yeah, he's right.
Yeah, I don't care about this stupid little political conflict, I mean, Alan did, and Alan was like, I am Sembian, or Cormyrean. And the guy was like, I don't give a shit. Then I was like,
Right?
fuck this guy. It was brutal what, I physically I wanted to be upset. Like, David was upset when we killed him. It was really brutal.
yeah.
But,
it was.
Tierney wasn't. Like, Tierney was like, I don't care about this kid.
Yeah, that's perfectly valid, especially if I don't know.
I liked, because it's hard to get, Latra, I mean this in the best way possible, it's hard to get reactions out of you for stuff like this, like body horror or whatever. Normally this is not really something that does much for you. I liked how you physically cringed when you saw and parsed the description for his head. I thought it was really bad.
Yeah.
Oh, the
you got
description
me.
was so
You got
sad.
me.
I don't get you very often, but when I do, it's good.
Glad to hear it.
You know, Latra, I watched you play through a bunch of what is it, Doom Eternal or whatever,
Yeah.
and it was too violent for me. I couldn't watch it.
Really?
Yeah, I was like a
Oh,
little like queasy. I was like, oh, this is too much.
I've-
Like you were fighting the icon of sin, and it was like just guts and gore everywhere. I was like, God.
I thought it was going to be kind of like that too, because I'm not a huge gore person, but like that game is so over the top with it that it kind of just becomes
it's almost
like,
cartoonish.
yeah.
That's
That's
part of my
fair.
problem with it. But yeah, like 2016 was just as gory, but the tone was way different. It was almost horror like.
I might have liked that better, yeah. Anyway, complete aside.
Well, that's about everything I had for tonight. Is everybody good for next week, next Friday? Same
Oh,
D&D
yeah.
spots, same D&D place? Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this was
Actually,
awesome.
do you know what a heal is? Like
like a
for a
wrestling
character?
heel. Like a anti-hero.
Yeah, or like someone who's sort of like designed to take the heat, be the bad guy a little bit. That's you play a very good heel.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I loved when Eden was like, you just say something over and over and think it, think you
Aw,
make it
sassy.
real.
That's kind of what religion is. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that was really good. That was a really sharp retort to like a really plain discussion of ethics.
Yeah.
There were a lot of good one-liners, and I was glad we had a bit of an ethical discussion there. I thought that was quite good.
We have a lot of great minds in here, that's for sure.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well,
Good night, folks.
Good night.
All
Great
right,
D&D.
catch you guys next time.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Catching him on stream chat just a little bit before I log off. Fulmari already said hi. A bright future now, a foot under. That is kind of the way of the world, isn't it? Good games. Good night. Feel better, Dopey, if you're still out there. Dopey, I must, if you are still here as well, give you immense props for doing so many of the beautiful maps for tonight. You are extremely helpful, and this campaign would not be as rich as it is without you. I will see you guys next Friday. Another successful session, I think. Have a wonderful night.